Good morning, everyone. I will eat your drywall. Well, I don't think we have drywall in Japan, but be my guest. You will have to pay to my landlord. Echo? Very echo? What? There is echo? How can that be? How can there be echo? I mean, fun, I guess. Is there echo? Is there? No, there's no echo. Don't lie to me. I trusted you. I trusted you and you lied to me. There is no echo. Do the airplanes get the crumb of your microphone, boss? Yeah, of course you can. You can get some chicken. Madame, I had to tap something. You scare me, Rich. I was like, no. It's because I checked the mic before because it was disconnected for some reason. I'm sorry. It's okay. I goof more often than I would like to admit, so. Not gonna lie, that fried chicken drumstick looks good. Thank you. Thank you. It's our Kentucky Fried Chicken drumstick for when we play Higurashi. Alright, Duncan! Hello! Are we eating chicken today? Well, it's because we're playing Higurashi and they kinda like KFC, so we are having chicken because of Higurashi. KFC hand cam stream when? I don't know about that. KFC is very popular in Japan, especially during Christmas time. Mostly during Christmas time. Marvel Rivals is still a thing. Amazing. I love that. Love that for them. Love that. I'm not looking forward, Higurashi, if I tell you the truth. I want the gore to happen. I want something spicy in terms of when are the insanity gonna start, you know? I wanna see what happens. And right now it's a bunch of nothing. And I'm tired of nothing. I want to see insane children as they are in this game. And that reminds me, I do not have water. Many nothing burgers, or in a case of nothing chicken. Yeah, nothing chicken burger. Nothing chicken burger in this game. Water. I'm dying. What acquired? Fried chicken. Yes, fried chicken. She sucks. She's sick. Yeah, not sick. I just woke up 10 minutes before the stream started. And I had my fan on and kinda not good. Both of you that can I had a chicken? Yes, you can. You could hear me from the kitchen. That's how big Japanese apartments are. And by that I mean they are not big. I want a chicken burger, no buns. Buns are chicken and tender chicken as patties. That's basically a bucket of chicken special. That's just a bunch of chicken. I God damn it, Higurashi. Hi, Sai, hello. How are you? We're doing Higurashi today, but Higurashi, it's boring. That's not a very nice way to preface the stream, because if I say, well, yeah, my stream is gonna be boring today, we're only doing Higurashi, everybody's going like, well, girl, then we leave. It's gonna be boring. You stay here alone playing your shitty ass visual novel from 20 years ago. Supreme streamer skills. Supreme. Let's open the Higurashi. Cabin Factory. I give you an out from Higurashi Cabin Factory. No, I still will do Higurashi. Or Cabin Factory. I prefer being bored out of my mind rather than playing Cabin Factory. I will not be tempted for the dabble. I will not be tempted. I will not be tempted. That's sad. Yeah. That is sad. Cabin Factory, but the chat does control for you. Oh, that would be fun. That I will let you. Because if I do not if you are the one playing, I don't care. I will watch. Okay, adjusting for vertical. There we go. Since Higurashi, it's not 16:9. Higurashi, chapter 1. Where is she? There she is. The cricket describes the vibes of you. Yes, the vibe of nothing. This is supposed to evoke summer. Wait, it's supposed to be like summer. Higurashi when they chicken. Exactly. Higurashi when they chicken. Fried crickets. That's how we do it. Hi, sister. Welcome in. My goodness. So let's start with Higurashi, hoping for the best. Hopefully at some point we are gonna get to the fun part of the game, you know? And by that I mean, god damn it, when are we gonna get to the gore? I just want the gore. And let me auto probo like usual, because YouTube monetization is hard ham. Okay, wait, let me cough. It's amazing that I get told that I sound Russian. I wish I was hot as a Russian girl, but I am not, alas. Alas, what I can say. Continue with this. End of chapter 6. Okay, what will happen in chapter 6? I thought we were on chapter 9 already. God. God. So we are in chapter 6. So we are gonna start chapter 7. Chapter 6. What happened in chapter 6? Oh yeah, the festival that let me just completely not being able to think. You look great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's continue with chapter 7, I guess, and hope for the best. Visual tips, I guess. Do you have anything? What are all the new ones? Oh, they are murders? From June 1980s edition. On the afternoon of XX at 2 p.m., office employee someone and his wife of Hinamizawa village in Shishibone Prefecture disappeared after falling 27 meters from the observatory platform in Shirakawa Prefecture. Police and firefighters searched downstream and discovered the body of someone at around 7 p.m. that evening. His wife has yet to be found. The search has run into difficulties due to the effects of Typhoon 3 from the previous day. It appeared as a railing at the observatory that the family was leaning on had broken, causing him to fall. The groundkeeping staff was questioned by the police in regards to facility deterioration and if park maintenance was performed properly. And that's it. That's all you get. Okay. We get the side stories. At least more interesting than the main game so far. From June 1981 edition. On the afternoon of X, around 10 p.m., in the X district of Hinamizawa village in Shishibone Prefecture, the Shinto priest of the Furude Shrine passed away after an existing condition he was recovering from suddenly worsened. Parties close to the deceased said he was suffering from anxiety issues concerning the festival, which was to be held that day. Also, after X's death, his wife went missing, leaving behind a farewell note. The police and local youth association continued the search. However, given the presence of the farewell message and the fact the Onigafuchi marsh, I don't know what marsh is said to be bottomless, they have run into difficulties. Why are these side stories more interesting than the main game at this point? Is my mom gonna be like, oh, this wasn't reported in the newspaper. Then why do you give it to me? Huh? Well, I continue then for real this time. What a tone shift, huh? Ohayou gozaimasu! Nice job yesterday, Keita. You didn't do so badly yourself, Mion. Yesterday was fun. Was it fun? Was it? Are you for real saying that that was fun? It was not fun for us. For us, it was torture. It's like, I got it now. I got it now. So all of these padding at the beginning of the chapters with nothing burgers, they are supposed to be psychological terrorism against us. That's what it is. We are suffering alongside them. They suffer with the mundane, boring days, and we have to suffer with them to understand the suffering. It sounds like cope. Maybe it sounds like cope. Maybe it is cope. Put her in a number 4 head, like, oh god. I remember Higurashi anime, was it wholesome? Yes. Watch it again. Go watch the most wholesome anime of all time, Higurashi. Go. Well, after the stream. Why is my sister texting me? What the hell? Shouldn't she be asleep? What the hell is going on? Oh. Where is she going? Apparently she's traveling. I think she's traveling with her boyfriend. They are at the airport. That's why she's awake. She loves to sleep. This light novel, I watched the anime, really good one, so cute and hot. Right? Nothing bad happens in this visual novel. Nothing at all. Nothing. Well, nothing happens. That is true. That is true. Nothing has happened in how many hours? In 8.3 hours that we have played this visual novel, nothing has happened. Okay. Oh, that's right, Kitchen. Thank you very much for Mr. Bear. And the kiss that we glossed over. I'm glad you like it. Don't use it as a pincushion, though. What are you talking about, dude? I would. Are we gonna gloss over that they kissed? Boing. Still chatting happily, we entered the classroom. But the moment I stepped into the classroom, a splashing sound and a nasty sensation. It was a bucket filled with to the brim with water. Oh my god. Oh, skip button. Oh yes, baby. There is a skip button that I forgot that I didn't see for 8 hours. Even if we read between the skip button does nothing. Okay, I forgot that the skip button does nothing. Never mind. I got excited for nothing. It's faster if I use the mouse scroll down. Hi guys, welcome in. Higurashi spotted. Oh, naughty, please. Tell me when the good thing starts, because we have been stuck here for 8 hours. Don't let the cuteness fool you. Oh my god, Kobo. Girl, I'm not fooled by these people. What I am is bored out of my mind. Something fun needs to start happening, because these children playing cards and playing tag is not the thing. Try the options menu, configuration, allow skip and read. Oh yes, please close. Oh, I love this. We skip probably 20 minutes of nothing. My nose is runny. Yeah. I'm a little tired from yesterday, but maybe we'll take easy with the goofer penalty. Okay, a bunch of nothing. You pick the suspect, weapon, and murder scene and ask each person. So basically, we're playing Wolf. If you have one of these cards, then you must say, I have one. However, you don't need to say which one you have. Why are they always playing games? What is the interested part gonna start? I got it. Well, do you? Okay, a bunch of nothing. Sounds like a clue with extra steps. Do we really need a clue when we get nothing at the end? This guy always thinks he's gonna win, but then the girls give him like a Uno reverse. Take your time and squeeze out a nice one. Out of the times that I stopped the skipping forward, like Clue speedruns, just like Clue with extra steps. Michan, that's gross. I mean, when is Michan not gross to start with? Rana, what's your record at this game we're playing today? Well, all losses. Why do you ask? I wonder. She's lying to you. What plan of attack? Does this even do something? Oh, ah! Now we see someone new. The entryway was heavy contrast. Okay. Maibara-kun, may I have a... Sorry, teacher time. Maibara-kun, may I have a moment? Oh, it's the teacher. Man, things are just getting good. What is it? I'm a bit... You have a guest. Please, make your way to the entrance. A guest? It's not like I own a hotel. They have been waiting. Please, hurry. Is that the policeman? Yay, Ione, good night stream. I mean, this game is kinda doozy, so... It was rather unfortunate that I had someone waiting on me right before my big match, but I was more interested in the unexpected guest. I didn't want to waste any time, so I decided to take care of it quickly. The entryway was heavy contrast from the hot sunlight and deep shadows. Within there, looking uncomfortably warm, was a middle-aged man. His tie was sloppily loosened, and his jacket tucked underneath his arm. Are you Maibara-san? Maibara-san? There was no question that he wasn't a resident in Hinamizawa, and that this was without a doubt the first time he had met me. Let's see how this man looks in the original, shall we? As we always do. Original. Well, he got a glow up like everyone else. There was no question that he was a resident. Ever since I met Tomitake-san, I've been running into many middle-aged men. Is this turning into a yaoi? Is this turning into a yaoi? That's right. Who might you be? I have the AC on my car. Let's talk there. No, if someone comes to you and is like, I have AC in my car, let's talk there. I have puppies in my van. Come check them out. Say no. It's a little hot here, don't you think? The man, completely ignoring my question, pointed over at his car parked near the gate and began walking. You have got to be kidding me. I had no intention of going along with some geezer I didn't even know. And he was asking me to get into his car with him? I'm not going to bite. Come on now. He opened the back door of his car and called me over. I didn't like this old man, but I wanted to know what this was. KG! It's pretty sus, extremely sus. You have something against a dad bod? I mean, I have something about butt art. A chicken, a special chicken. Even while knowing that conversation that start out like this have never led to anything good. When they have led to people being kidnapped. That's where they led to. Inside of his car was pretty cool. Cars with air conditioners were supposed to be a luxury. My dad didn't even have one in his car, at least. Please let me know if it's too cold for you, okay? I have a habit of cranking it all the way up. So what business do you have with me? Out of spite, I decided to ignore his remark in the same way he did to me, and started my own line of questioning. He pulled a notepad from his pocket and took out a picture that was stuck between the pages. Oh. Which is... On it was the face of a pretty goofy-looking guy. You are one to talk, Keiichi. If you know anything related to this individual, then please tell me. What the heck is this? I thought even his close friends would be able to recognize who he was from this expressionless picture that looked like it was taken at the DMV. There were scribbles on his shirt done in permanent marker, starting with yours, Maebara-san, and quite a few of your classmates signed as well. Huh? This is Tomitake-san? There was no hint of his usual unreliable and easygoing personality in this photo. Now this is interesting. Now, thanks God. It was expressionless, half asleep face. Then do you know this woman? Even before seeing it, I had a good idea of who it was. I don't remember her name, but she's some lady who was with Tomitake-san last night. I didn't know what her name was, but I did know she was a resident of Hinamizawa. When was the last time you saw these two? The night of the Watanagashi, we spoke. They seem pretty close, I guess? Did anything bother you about them? Anything is fine. Go ahead and say it. Being asked for every little detail is very troubling, honestly. Maybe he's a police officer, or a private investigator. Had a pretty good idea of who this guy was by now. Did something happen to them? There was no response to my inquiry. Thus, I replied to that silence in kind. I was pretty certain that this guy was a cop. Then why didn't he say he was a cop before? Be like, hey, guy, dude, child, I'm a cop. Look at my badge. I have to ask you some questions about someone. Do you have a minute? Also, if it's a minor, they will not be alone with a police officer. They have to be with an adult to start with. Then again, why I'm trying to find the logic in Higurashi? We haven't seen any bit of logic in like 8 hours plus. Then why? Why was he asking about Tomitake-san? Did something happen to him? More importantly, why me? Oh my God. Shouldn't there be plenty of other people who knew more about him than I? The roar of the air conditioner felt unbearably loud. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. You moved here just recently, isn't that right, Maebara-san? Yeah. Are you aware, I wonder, about the stories of Oyashiro-sama? My heart began to race. I'm pretty terrible at hiding things. It probably showed on my face. Not at all. If you don't, then that's fine. Well, I've heard of it. Tomitake-san told me, actually. How much do you know about it? The dismemberment killings? The accidental death? The death by illness followed by suicide? Sorry, YouTube, I know you do not like any of these words. And then the lady who was beaten to death? The incidents that always happened the day of the Watanagashi ended in suspicious deaths. I didn't think Tomitake-san would have kept anything from me. I think that was everything. No, rather, I didn't want to think there was anything more than that. Do you know of that, well, curse Maebara-san? Feel free to speak openly about it. A curse? I don't believe in it. My answer was instant. It wasn't so much that I didn't believe in it, as I was on the verge of believing. I wanted to clear away any doubts. That was more prominent feeling. Really? Then that's great. Guess you really are one of those city-raised boys. So what if I don't believe? I have friends waiting, so could you get to the point? The man in the picture... Finally, something interesting happening! But why? He was probably the only one that was normal. My mind went blank. Huh? What happened to Tomitake-san? It would seem that he died last night. That was the night of the Watanagase. Do you understand the implications behind that, Maebara-san? Implications? Not any of the cause of his death or the reasons behind it. The real problem was that he died on the day of the Watanagase. The man in the picture is deader than my friend. Meaning, this year, the curse of Oyashiro-sama had once again. The death of Jiro Tomitake is still confidential. You can understand why that is, right? I didn't want to understand why. Please tell me. Tell me what happened. It was rather peculiar. It may be a little too graphic for someone born and raised in Hinamizawa. It was a roundabout way of saying it, but it caused me to doubt whether or not I wanted to hear the rest. I would only regret forcing myself to learn something I shouldn't. Or at least, that's how I figured out I will feel if I listen to the rest. But, okay, they are telling us because I want to know. I want to know. If they don't tell us, I would be very angry. Okay, drink. One of our patrol cars discovered the body on the way back from security detail at the festival. It was late, about 5 till midnight. That was not late. That's 11:55. 11:55 is not late. That's relatively early. Okay. The location was, you know, where the road into the town becomes paved, right? Yeah, I guess. Hello, game? Down past the slope, on the shoulder around there? There were few street lights on that road. Its pitch black darkness was only broken by the lights by passing carts and the moon. It was a stroke of luck that Tomitake-san was spotted collapse on the shoulder of the road. Tomitake-san was face down, covered in blood. No, Tomitake-san! Blood and muck. Muck? Muck? What is muck? Muck meaning... means wet, sticky dirt, mud, or animal manure. Oh no! Why animal manure? Covered the asphalt. We thought it was a hit and run at first. But when the officer checked to see if he was still alive, he quickly noticed something abnormal. His throat had been ripped open? Was there like wild animals? From a knife or something? No. Nails? Was she wearing acrylics or what? Was she like, what kind of nails does this woman have? Nails? As in fingernails? With those he clawed through? From the coroner's report, it was revealed that it was his own nails. I'm gonna assume he had short nails. Huh, what? What? What does that mean? Basically, it means it wasn't a murder. It was a... I don't think that's how that works. Tomitake-san thought there was a reason to tear open his own throat as hard as he could with his own nails. Tore through the skin until he started to bleed. And even then, Tomitake-san didn't stop. He continued clawing, with enough intensity that he could have peeled off his nails, still clawing. Still clawing. Then, as his nails reached those vital arteries that you should never damage, he continued clawing, splurt, blood splattered on the ground around him. As he bled, while gasping for breath, he collapsed, his body spasmed, and he died in agony. We thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of that nature was detected. It was a suicide? I've never heard of such a thing. It's a natural way of dying. If it wasn't a mysterious death, then what it was? The way he died in these 5 years, his death must resemble of that curse. A curse. As if to show both myself and Tomitake-san, who proclaimed that there was no such thing as a curse, that we were wrong. It was an eldritch being saying, maybe, you will never know. I will never rat out my family. There were a few more suspicious details. From his body chemistry, perspiration, epilation. Epilation? What is that? Epilation. Oh! The process of removing body hair from the root, including the part beneath the skin. Common methods: waxing and did he went to a waxing salon, laser, plucking, and threading. Hair loss. It also describes the medical condition of hair falling out from illness or radiation exposure. Maybe the curse did it? And so on. We conclude that he was in a state of hysteria right before his death. That was a given. It's hard to believe someone could be in a sound state of mind while clawing out their throat. Wounds in his hands match a discarded piece of lumber found nearby. There were traces of where he struck trees and guardrails with it. So, was he going insane? Tomitake-san's blood was found all over the place, meaning that while he was staring at his own throat, he was swinging around a piece of lumber. There were external injuries, which were not self-inflicted, discovered on Tomitake-san. There is a high probability Tomitake-san was assaulted. The external injuries suggest there might be multiple suspects. We are suspects. To summarize, in case you did not pay attention, Tomitake-san was surrounded and attacked. While wandering the night roads in a state of panic after being cornered, he picked up a piece of lumber and tried fighting back. Somewhere in there, he began madly tearing at his own throat, clawing at it. Then he died. The presumed time of death was around 9:23 p.m. Then you said? No, he was found at 5 to 12. So 5 minutes until 12 p.m. 12 a.m. So, okay, 9:23 p.m. Meaning it occurred right after you finished talking to Tomitake-san at the festival. Everyone signed Tomitake-san's shirt, then parted ways. Right after that. Oh, yeah, he should have been with a woman. What about her? She's missing. She hasn't shown up to work and hasn't returned home either. There is a very high probability that she was involved in this incident. For a while, I could only gaze off into space. I never would have thought that something unfortunate happening to somebody close to me could affect me this deeply. The time I had spent with Tomitake-san was short. But we went to the same festival, spent time together, and took part in the same competition. He was one of us. We have been continuing the investigation on various fronts, but when it comes to Oyashiro-sama curse, the villagers aren't very cooperative. That I knew well. It would have been none the wiser if not of Tomitake-san's, the outsider, telling me. Hi, Stevie! So that's why you came to me? Because I'm not originally from Hinamizawa? It should have been angry that was the reason he wanted to hear what happened from me. Why should be angry about that, dude? Why are you angry about that? You're the only one who's actually trying to help. So, if things go the way they have been, then the conclusion would be that Jiro Tomitake died from Oyashiro-sama's curse. He turned away from me and gazed far off into the distance. The night of the Watanagashi, during that secret ritual, he callously snapped off photos, angering Oyashiro-sama. That's how it's going to turn out. There is no way Oyashiro-sama will inflict divine punishment on Tomitake-san. Tomitake-san had to have been killed by humans, and a cowardly group no less. There is no way I'm going to let this end up being the fault of some curse. I think so as well. There is no such thing as divine punishment or curses. The tense mood was cut with the man's hearty laugh. That's how it must be, Maebara-san. Cooperation from individuals in Hinamizawa who don't believe in the curse is indispensable. Understand? Neither Tomitake-san nor I believed in curses. But with the way things were going, it would just end up with Tomitake-san's death marking the 5th year. Which would mean that Hinamizawa had rejected Tomitake-san. That was something I couldn't allow. Tomitake-san was one of us. He didn't live in Hinamizawa, but he came every single year. In a sense, he was more of a resident than I was. There is no way that Tomitake-san could have been cursed by Oyashiro-sama. But there is nothing I can do to help. have no idea what happened that night either. No. If you see or hear something that draws your attention, then that is enough. If I see or hear? Was he talking in future sense? Things or people or rumors. Anything is fine. I don't care if they are unfounded. Here, this is my number. If I'm not here, then just leave the message with whoever picks up. He handed me a piece of paper with his number on it, but I hesitated for a second. If I took it, then whether I wanted or not, I'd be knee-deep in this matter. Please, help me solve these questions surrounding Tomitake-san's unfortunate death. That's right. Why was I hesitating? I needed to find the murderer who killed my friend. I snatched up the piece of paper with a satisfied grin spread across his face. Everything we spoke of today is a secret. Please keep this confidential. Understood. Ryokai. From your friends as well. Especially from Sonozaki-san and Furude-san. Please do not inform them. Sonozaki? You mean Mion? Why? Are you saying that they have something to do with the incident? With my friends' names brought up so abruptly, and being told to keep it a secret from them, I became rather angry. This is what they call investigative privilege, I suppose. Don't play games with me. Mion is a close friend of mine. I snapped at him, but he didn't seem to especially be offended. I wouldn't mind telling you, but it may just upset you. Say it! He hesitated a little. Turning his gaze to the outside of the car, he began to speak after thinking for a bit. There is a possibility that the string of incidents happening here in Hinamizawa are a result of a village conspiracy. Oh my god, conspiracy theory? Do I need my tinfoil hat? So many things happening today. Finally, this is getting fun. God damn, thank you. Thank you, this is getting fun now. There is no way that could be right. Give me a break. First of all, is there any proof of that? No evidence. Also, each of the cases were resolved and none of the perpetrators had any direct connection to the village. Then how did you come to that conclusion? Every year, the enemies of the village die on the day of the Watanagase. Don't you think that's enough reason to suspect something? Only the residents of Hinamizawa felt that the day of the Watanagashi was sacred. So basically, because incidents happened on that day, it was somehow related to Hinamizawa? Yeah, of course. First, it was the dam construction forearm. Then, it was the villagers that supported it. Those the village hold a grudge against die one after the other from a mysterious cause. The means are different, but in the end the results are the same. Unfounded, unreasonable suspicion. Are you sure that it's unfounded and reasonable? But it could just be... it couldn't just be shrugged off. So, the victims after that... What about the Shinto priest and his wife's death? They weren't enemies of the village? The villagers had expected leadership from the Shinto priest at the time of the dam dispute, but he wasn't proactive, So there was a fraction of villagers who harbored ill will towards him as a result. Ill will? It's not like he did anything bad to the village. What about that housewife after that? Did she die just because she was the wife of the brother of a supporter? That's just a trivial reason to kill someone. And what about Tomitake-san? He's not affiliated with the damn project at all. Was he killed just because he was an outsider? In the beginning, it fell on those related to the damn project. But as the years went on, the enemy threshold of the victims had become much lower. Well, that's the scary part. The bar keeps getting lower. What's scary about that? It means it's not just enemies of the village anymore. Just being an outsider is reason enough. The next year's victim, they're just going to be picked out of the village outsider pool? It might be the person that just moved here. What do you mean by... I swallow my words. Here in Hinamizawa, the ones who would be considered the most outside would be my family. I was proof enough of that, wasn't I? I still couldn't really remember the manners of the people I passed by. The names, sorry, not the manners. Oh, God damn it, my dyslexia. Then the next victims, my family. Was he saying I was going to be me? But what does have to do with Mion? Of course it had to be Mion. Of course it had to be Mion. Of course it had to be her. I can go into details, but the Sonozaki family led the damn protests. Quite fervently so. Yikes, Mion girl. Mion girl, are we gonna be rivals? This is also true of Mion Sonozaki-san herself. She was quite a few misdemeanor and obstruction of public workers offenses on her records because of the protests. Oh, god damn, man. What a rebel. Jeez, girl. I knew Mion knew what it meant to quote-unquote fight. This was the first I heard of her family leading the protest though. Then, well, what did it all mean? Are you saying that Mion's family is involved with this string of incidents? Maybe. Maybe she is. I wouldn't go that far. I'm just saying that if it was a conspiracy, then they have the highest probability of being behind it. Not a very clear explanation. It felt like he had magnificently avoided the details I really wanted to know. We don't know who or how involved anyone is right now. That is exactly why I don't want you to say anything to the villagers. Instead of answering, I gave a very bitter expression. It seemed that he understood it well enough. Then think of it like this. I don't want to worry the villagers who blindly believe in the curse. How about that? What do you mean, how about that? How should I know? But the reasoning behind wanting not to know carelessly open... But the reasoning behind wanting me to not carelessly open my mouth about it wasn't too hard to comprehend. The predator was here, it had nothing to do with the curse. He was definitely going to be caught by the police and made to pay for his crimes. I mean, it's a group of people, but... And none of the villagers should have anything to do with that process. It might cause those sensitive about the curse to just worry needlessly. Just like everyone kept it from me, so I wouldn't worry about it. It's now my turn to keep it from them so they didn't have to worry. I was just talking to myself. Unlike me, everyone else had worrying over these mysterious incidents yearly. And the incident this time probably means a lot more to them. I didn't want to burn them anymore. In the end, everything went as the man had wanted. As insipid as it was, but it couldn't be helped. I understand. I will keep it to myself. Is that fine, Mr. Oishi? From the Okonomiya from the Okonomiya. It's like I'm gonna say okonomiyaki at some point. I know how my dyslexia works, and that is way too close to okonomiyaki. It's Okonomiya police station. There is a predator in this village called... Let's call Arnold Schwarzenegger. Let's do that. You can call me Kura-chan if you want. Pancakes. Oh no. Oishi. Oishi. I have to be careful because if you say, if I add an E at the end, is oishi is like delicious. Oishi. San is fine. Okonomiyaki! The way he said it, it was unpleasant, yet retained hints of politeness. He was a spitting image of a vulgar police of... Who are you to talk? Though I've never seen one this bulky before in a cop shows I watch. I've taken up too much time. Your friends are waiting, aren't they? I should probably let you get back to them. The door opened with a click, and in streamed the oppressive heat. It was blistering outside of the car. Was it really this hot of a day? It was almost cruel heat, as opposed to the mechanical coolness inside of the car. It was if the land of Hinamizawa itself suddenly hated me. It felt a little sad as the thought crossed my mind. I didn't mean to suspect your friends. Please don't misunderstand that. I refrained from telling him that it was too late to say something that self-serving. It's fine if you don't see or hear anything, Maebara-san. There is enough proof that the village is not involved. I will contact you if I hear or see anything. But I'm not a detective. Please don't expect too much from me. I won't. You don't have to become a detective. Just go on living as you have up until now. Just let me know if you notice anything. I hastily made my way back to the school building after giving him a quick bow. See you later. Farewell, Maebara-kun. I returned to the school building without looking back. I have a question. I think I found a way. I think I found a way not to die during the festival if you are an outsider. And it's as easy as the day before you leave. I think it's crazy strat, but just go. you know that this thing is happening, so you go take 2 weeks off, a week off, and travel away from Hinamizawa, and that's it. And the rest of the year you are all good living in the air, but the day of the thing, you are not there and you are free. It doesn't attack you. Is it that simple though? I mean, it can only kill you if you are in there. So far, that's what they told us. So if I'm not there, the curse cannot get me. Let me Google search that. If Higurashi, if I leave the village, can the curse get me? No. It said no. Smirk. Do not smirk at me. Do not smirk at me, sir. I did feel bad for keeping them waiting, but right now there was a lot on my mind. Tomitake-san's death was hard enough as it was, but to think that there was the possibility of a village conspiracy? Worse still, there was also a chance that Mion was involved? Oh, now he knows something that I do not know. Nonsense. Impossible. Not Mion, Rena, Satoko, or Rika-chan. It was a group that attacked Tomitake-san? Who could be the perpetrator be? Could it be they were hiding here, somewhere in Hinamizawa? Maybe. I don't know. Well, all I could know for certain was I knew that Mion couldn't be the perpetrator. It's Mita! The perpetrator! Huh? I also started to hear Rana's voice. With the rope in the lounge. Nope. No. Rena clutched her head while flailing about. Looks like they're just self-destruct over there. You're quite late. As you may well know, I'm seething with anger. Sorry about that. I was calling the staff room, you see. You were reprimanded for bad behavior? That's a shame. Well, it's been pretty heated over here. Since it's getting pretty late, let's make the next game the last one. If I remember right, I had 0 points. Isn't it pretty much decided that I'm going to be finishing last place? Don't worry, Keiichika. I might minus 1 point. Minus 1 point. Girl. The heck? Her score is lower than mine and I wasn't even playing. This is the final match to decide if the penalty is going to be carried out by Ren alone or both Kei-chan and Rena. Time to quit and go home? Yeah? Pack it up, boys. Yeah, right. Just let Rena do the penalty by herself. We made a promise, Keiichi-kun, that we would both win. I will all this time, you know? You know. Wow. Why are we so mean to the girl that we kissed last chapter? I followed my initial plan of showing Rena my cards, but I didn't say who was the criminal and just waited for her to call. That's how boys are they? I got it! The murder is me! With the poison at the entrance. Isn't it? Okay. Okay, we are back to a nothing burger. Okay. I'm just skimming through the text to see if there is anything interesting. Foreshadowing? Oh, maybe. Now, I rank at first, so I will decide we will be praying for the goofer's penalty. What will she make us buy? I wonder. Let's blacklist the drugstore. That's your aim, wasn't it? I don't have any business at the drugstore. This old man's really got a list prepared for you too, in this piece of paper. Oh my god. Whoa, there is a lot written here. A lot? Okay. What is... 2 blocks of... Oh, we are going grocery shopping for her. 2 blocks of tofu, shampoo and conditioner, apple vinegar, and fried tofu. Okay. So basically, our grocery list. Hemorrhoid cream. Okay. That was an interesting choice to add in there. Whatever makes them happy, I guess. God damn it, Higurashi. God damn it. God damn it, Higurashi. I don't trust that shopping list, neither do I. New tips. There are more than 4 perpetuators. Hello? Oh. Hypovolemic shock induced by clawing out of their own throat. Tissue is packed under the nails. Not someone else's nails. It's undoubtedly by the individual's own nails. The shape of the scars also matches. Yeah. I know the immediate cause of death was... I get it. You're saying the cause of death is unnatural, right? Good night, Tony! Have a good sleep! Thank you, thank you! It's the kind of like when your back itches and you scratch a little too hard and draw blood. That never happened to me. So... Some of Tomitake's fingernails had been pulled out. Oh my god. It's actually quite simple to pull out one's own... No, it's not simple. It's not. But it really hurts. Yeah. Under normal circumstances, the pain would prevent you from completely pulling them out. Also, there were a lot of bruises on Tomitake's body. It's clear for the shape of them that he was assaulted first by someone or a group of people. According to the toxicology report, the deceased was in extreme state of hysteria right before death. Oh my god. And he fought back and clawed out of his own throat because of how hysterical he had become? The guys attacking him certainly would have been surprised by that. It's possible that, in such a normal environment, a person could perform acts that sane individual couldn't possibly imagine. Of course, those are very rare cases. Actually, Oishi-san, Oishi-kun, that wood plank the deceased used as a weapon, they only found sand and the paint from the guardrail on it. What about cloth fibers or skin? Nothing. The deceased didn't strike the assailant. Or it could be that they took the plank he was fighting back with it. In that case, they would have gone out of their way to replicate it with another. They take them all. Tomitake is pretty built and tanned. He was quite athletic. That's right. He was pretty active. I can't imagine what kind of sports he did when he was alive, but I think his physical strength would be on the higher side. Meaning, he would be difficult to overpower in a brawl. If a man with such physique sensed he was in danger and swung the plank around quickly, it's just unthinkable that it wouldn't even nick the perpetrator. The thing is, I'm gonna tell you something. Having muscles does not equate to being strong. That's the thing that you see at the gym. You can be very good at weightlifting, at bench press and stuff, but still be very weak in a fight. It's not the same skill set. So it's not the same training for aesthetics. That's mostly what majority of people do when they go at the gym. Like to build muscle, lose weight, lose fat, whatever, body recomp. And the other is to train for strength. That's what athletes do. So let's say people training to be the strongest man, that competition called the strongest man, or people actually training to like boxers and other different type of sports. So if we only assume that he was doing sports, probably it's good to assume that he was not very strong, depending on the sport that he does, because making sport doesn't equate at being good at a fight. Just my 5 cents. And his opening was unarmed. Are you sure? Do you know? This guy had a wooden plank, so I think he had hit him at least once. To surround and take down someone of his physique, I wonder how many people would it take? Yeah, dimwit, you should know better than anyone. Have you forgotten your bad cop days? If I was to take down this guy, how many would I need? When a group wants to take down a big prey, it's fundamental to attack with numbers. I guess about 4. Even if there was a gap in their strength, they'd manage. Then there were quite a few perpetrators. So any drunk and disoriented groups of more than 4 are suspicious? A group of 4 or more. Just, if they had that many, couldn't they have hidden the body in a less obvious location? Maybe they didn't want to. Hi, Takumi. Or did he someone break away from that fatal predicament? Then there will be no reason to commit sungasang. Moreover, I still can't comprehend the regular way he died. It's full of mysteries. It's under serious consideration on my end too. I will be examining it as thoroughly as possible, but don't get your hopes up. After all, we have never encountered a death like this before. Not hoping for much, but I'm looking forward to the results. Oi, Tita! Their chief is calling you. Thanks, see you around. Yeah, best wishes. Man, that's gnarly. Search notice. Jiro Tomitake, deceased. Reside in a cheap hotel in Shishibone City. Registered under the name Jiro Tomitake. Pen name. Travels via folding bike. Folding bike. No license. The bicycle was found 300 meters away, abandoned at the side of the forest path. Present on the day of the festival. Accompanied by the missing Mio Takano. Was seen around 9 p.m. by police. Location afterwards unknown. Held residence in Hinamizawa for 1 week each season for the last 5 to 6 years. Freelance photographer specializing in wild birds. Check with magazine companies. Nothing suspicious in the film located among the articles of the deceased. While it was among the articles of the deceased. Mere act of violence? From the contents of his wallet, he spent most of his time around Tokyo and Chiba. Along with Sobu National Railway Line? No individual matching the name Jiro Tomitake in the residency records of any of the Tokyo wards, and there are like 23. Maybe go Chiba, I guess. Compare teeth to dental records. Send to Metro Police. Attach a photo. Send photo to Metro Police. Contacting magazines regarding Jiro Tomitake. Mio Takano, missing. Hi, Wax. Nurse at Irie Clinic. Became close to Tomitake through her passion for wild bird photography. Resides in Okinomiya X District X. Single. Witness accompanying Tomitake on the festival grounds. Currently missing. Did we see any gore? No. But Tomitake-san died. Sadly. Tomitake-san died. He clawed at his own throat with his nails. Kinda sad. It was kinda gory. But we did not see it. The police told us. Which surprising always. But finally something fun happened after like an hour in the game. And we skipped most of the beginning of the chapter. I like that we kind of skipped the chapter now. The boring parts. Thankfully. Abducted? Or maybe a suspect? An important person of interest. Had the motive to kill the deceased. Squabble from jealousy? Jealousy? Need to thoroughly investigate the relationship, place of work, etc. Need to get information from the police on scene again. I want some cream puffs. Or jumbo. Okay. Have you seen the anime? I don't think all of it. I think probably the beginning. So now we are in chapter 7. Oh my god, Tomitake-san died. That's very sad though. But sad though. He was probably the only normal one. I need to drink more. There are many seasons of Eve. Seasons? I haven't saw the last two. I mean, there are like 8 games. And each game is like 30 hours or something insane like that. Sleepy. Good morning. This is just dreadful. Just so sleepy. There we go. We kinda skip it a tiny too much. Being honest, it's a really good horror mystery anime. I mean, the story is good. The problem is there is a lot of padding, like way too much. We are not, I mean, even when we search about Higurashi, when we started reading it, people said that Higurashi's biggest issue, at least on the visual novel, is that the pacing is horrible. So even if fans of the original visual novel are telling you that the pace is abysmal, then again, I understand why there is so much padding at the beginning of each chapter, because they are making you care about these characters and get some clues and some theories and whatever may be happening. But it's so minimal that it's like, to me, it's not worth it. It's not even fun. And we tried. And sometimes it's like, dude, that's weird. Thing is, I don't care enough. Yeah. I just want to see what happens. I care when the things start happening, because if it takes this long, it took 8 hours, almost 9 hours for something to happen. So, the excuse that I didn't sleep much last night because I was watching TV was a lie. I was in bed at the usual time, but because of the conversation with Oishi-san that afternoon, I didn't get much sleep. Just spending the day like this is almost as if the incident with Tomitake-san didn't happen at all. It made me think, was Oishi-san just trying to deceive me? But it was probably the truth. One thing was certain, I couldn't speak to anyone about it. He wanted my assistance, but I really didn't know anything about it. I don't know their problem. I don't know either, sir. I don't know. If I knew it wasn't going to be of any help, I probably would have listened in the first place. It ended with me, again, regretting letting something I didn't even know. I didn't even need to know. If I had never learned about it, I would, without any doubt, be goofing off with the rest of them right now. I couldn't help but resent Oishi-san for this. When was that? I heard he wasn't there the next day. It appears he vanished the night of the Watanagashi. Mion whispered to keep others from listening, but I could hear it clearly. On the other hand, Rena's voice was even harder to pick up, but I could still tell that she was quite upset. It could be, are they talking about Tomitake-san? Itake? I'm not sure. That's all I know. I could have feigned ignorance about this topic because I needed to keep it a secret. Rather than waking up and being forced to lie during the conversation, it was much easier just to sit there and pretend I was asleep to listen on their discussion. Wait, did I have to pretend to be asleep while eavesdropping on my friend's conversation? The guilt stung. So, and me, there are others, right? Two? But they don't know if it's from the course or if it was from Onikakushi. Onikakushi? I mean, this chapter is called Onikakushi, so makes sense. Onikakushi? To be hidden away by a demon? What a mysterious phrase. I did, however, get the feeling it meant nothing good. Yeah, well, there was another, right? Right? Yeah, if it was Oyashiro-sama's, yeah. But, this year, that all? Grandma and the mayor had talked about it. Seems they talked to the police about it beforehand. They say they'll take care of whatever happens this year without causing a commotion. Then, without us knowing it, someone had at them? You mean? Maybe. Next could be me, I wonder. Don't worry, you got home safely. But it's not allowed, right? That was a long time ago. Let's stop talking about this. Amidst the uncomfortable mood, both of them went silent. The entirety of the conversation was still a bit unclear, but a few parts caught my attention. First of all, the term onikakushi. Well, that's, yeah. To be demoned away by the context it was used in, I would guess it's similar to being spirited away. I suspected that what it meant because Tomitake-san and that woman, it really bugged me I don't know her name, vanished after Watanagashi. The next thing that stuck out to me was Rena said there is another one, right? Mion also said, if it's Oyashiro-sama's, yeah, responding to something. If it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, then there had to be 2 victims. Is that what it meant? Come to think of it, I remember Mion saying at the beginning that they didn't know if it was from the curse or it was a case of onikakushi. It seems that the curse and being demon away are different things, and they were phenomena that were paired together. Oh, so maybe the curse kills the man and the onikakushi, the demon, takes the woman? Because some of the articles that we have seen as the extras, the man always dies and the woman disappears after. I think that may be it. Indeed. I think that's what it is. I had to take off my headphones, kinda making my head hurt. I recall Tomitake-san's terrible end. That wasn't something as elegant as disappearing. That horrendous end would best be described as cursed. Then, the woman with him, it means she vanished because she was demoned away? What I do know is that there is normally an even number of victims of the curse proper. And the least point that bothered me was Rena. Rena was frightened. For what reason, I didn't know. However, she knew that something had made her potential target for Oyashiro-sama's curse. If I recall correctly, Oyashiro-sama should be the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. Isn't a guardian deity supposed to defend the citizens and drive out invaders? If I recall correctly, yesterday Oishi-san said that originally the targets were enemies of the village, but recently there was no longer any distinction between them or regular outsiders. But if that's the case, then I wouldn't think that I'd be the more likely target, having moved here more recently than Rena. From her composure, I could infer that she was grimly certain that she would be the next. I should probably relay what I heard just now to Oishi-san, informing the police of what I heard by eavesdropping on my friends while pretending to be asleep. It made me feel terrible. I raised a few questions and left me with a bad taste in my mouth. Would it be better not to seek the answer to those questions? As I continued to learn more and more, it felt like I'd fallen past to the point of no return. I would definitely regret this one day. I would definitely regret ever having learned of these events. The teacher approaches. Keiichi-san, you must awaken. Now he's awake, huh? I hastily opened my eyes and raised my head up. It was at that... Oh. When I leaned against the backseat. Oh, good. Oh my god, a thumbtack stuck to the back of my chair with tape? What's wrong with these children? Of course. Nothing interesting. Okay, there we go. Deduction game. Nah, no, we don't care about deduction games. Everyone's ready to go back home. I also have gathered up the scatter cards. Suddenly paused. They were just the suspect cards. But I noticed something strange. Rena, Satoko, Rika, Keiichi, Mio, Satoshi. Satoshi? Do you know that Ash Ketchum, in Japanese Pokemon, his name is Satoshi? just something. Not all the cards were made by us, or at least every card besides this one has the name of a club member. Does this mean that this Satoshi fellow is a member? Was there someone in the class named Satoshi? I couldn't find anyone named Satoshi on the class roster stuck up on the wall. Ichigo, let's hurry up and finish cleaning up. Being rushed by Rena, I finished up quickly. Satoko and Rika-chan had already headed merely off their lockers, so we were the only ones left in the classroom. Right now, Rena had already gotten her bag and was ready to leave. Rena? There must be quite a few people who transfer from this school, right? I tried asking Rena in a bit of a roundabout way. Rena made a troubled face and then answered. Yeah, Inami is always a rural town, right? Some people transfer out every now and then. Then is Satoshi another one of those transferees? Sorry, I don't really know. There was a bit of a pause, but the answer was pretty much immediate. I'm not saying it to be mean. Just last year, transferred in, so maybe I just miss him. So I didn't hear much about him. Sorry. Sorry? I'm not sure. Sorry. Her answer was a lot like when she refused to tell me about the murder at the dam. I was saddened by her denial and felt a little bit of anger. I'm their friend, right? Aren't I? Friends don't keep secrets from their friends, do they? I mean... Though I do appreciate that they kept that unsettling cursed thing from me. But if everyone is worried about it, I'd rather be worried with them. That's what it means to be friends, right? For a moment, I wondered just what kind of face I was making just then, with these mixed feelings of sadness and annoyance. Kichi-kun, you're making a scared face. Why is it? Why? It was probably exactly the kind of face Rena said it was. It appeared my grim expression had frightened her. Sorry. I was really looking forward to the club today, just feeling down about it. I rustled Rena's hair. Let's go home. Dragging that awkward mood with us, we headed home. Rena, what are you hiding, Rena? Rena. Oh. I wonder why. Why have been getting this dumb feeling lately? I mean, you are dumb, so... I didn't know anything. I had nothing to worry about. I was just enjoying my everyday life. My long, stretched shadow gave no answer to my naive inquiry. Oh, my sister texts back. Where is she going? Oh. Interesting. Interesting. She could come visit me instead, but instead she's traveling with her boyfriend to visit Brazil. Wait, you know what? I get it. Brazil is kind of cooler than Japan. Better food. Hey, Chicken, are you tired, maybe? Maybe? Rena timidly questioned the reason behind my mood. I'm sure my expression made this situation even more unsettling. You think so? Yeah. You seem to have been a little out of it since this morning. Maybe cold? Physically, I was pretty sure I was in perfect health. It may not seem like it, but I had perfect attendance since elementary school. Rena continued on since I didn't give her an answer. It could be that the fatigue from moving has finally caught up to you. It's completely different from where you used to live, after all. Of course you are gotten tired, since there is so much you need to get used to and remember. Maybe that's it. Yeah, it has to be. Rena was also like that at first too. I can't tell you, you know? You know? I wonder if Rena also experienced a slight bit of alienation last year that I was feeling right now. Thinking so, I felt that she was the only one who could understand how I felt. I'd like to hear about when you first came to Hinamizawa. How was it? Feeling I had been drawn into the conversation, her face suddenly brightened. It was the same as Kitsuko. I didn't know the villagers' names at all. Mi-chan and the rest were all very kind, so I wasn't lonely. But I did feel a little out of place. Rena told me all the details of when she had moved here. All of her first acquaintances and surprises, worries and good times. So Satoko got you too? Yeah. There was a thumb put on the back of my chair. Poke. Then with that, yeah, that really takes me back. When were you invited into the club? The first day? Nah, it wasn't a club at the beginning. It was formed pathway through. One day, she said we should stay after and hold a big game tournament. Come to think of it, Mion did say she was the first club president. Now I get it. This is a secret, but Mi-chan used to be really bad at the beginning. She never win. Huh? Mion? Really? I can't even imagine that. She had to do most of the penalties that she came up with. Seriously, don't tell. I can't believe Mion was like that. So she gradually transformed into a monster. He used any means necessary to win during that time. Mion is the best when she's fighting dirty. I began making more friends besides Mi-chan after that. But yeah, it may be only been since you moved here that I finally felt like I had gotten used to it here. I guess Rena also had been left in the dark about Oyashiro-sama's when she had just moved here. I guess when they finally told me about Oyashiro-sama, I'd be considered one of them. I wonder when I will finally be considered one of them. Did you say something? No, sorry. Just talking to myself. Kitsuki, you're so silly. Rena was poking fun and laughing at me, and I couldn't help but laugh as well. But I suddenly stopped. Then, after making up my mind, I spoke. Hey, Rena. Is there something that everybody's keeping from me? Huh? No, not at all. You are lying, aren't you? Rena suddenly stopped. Her expression was cold and intense. What do you mean with that, Keitsuku? Her tone was still the same cheery and light-hearted as before. You are, aren't you? Keeping something from me. After understanding what I meant, her expression grew even more intense. Seeing that face, I regretted saying something so rash. But she came back at me in a way I didn't expect. Oh, there we go. She's going insane. Okay, I don't know how to do yandere voice, but I'm gonna try. Well then, Keiichi-kun. Aren't you keeping something from us? Huh? Her tone didn't change. But it was the first time I'd seen this expression from Rena. With how her gaze pierced through me, I couldn't believe it was the same Rena. Aren't you? Lies or secrets? Aren't you? You are. Secrets. She didn't actually say that part, but she looked as if she did. The incident with Tomitake-san and how I felt alienated from the group. Even without having to think about it, there were things I knew that I felt guilty about. But I didn't tell everyone about what happened with Tomitake-san to be considerate. I was keeping it a secret just the same way they didn't tell me about Oyashiro-sama. Then, aren't we even? No, I'm not. No lies, nor secrets. Liar. Her answer was instant and it shocked me. Rena stared as if burrowing through me, watching me like a hawk. Why would you say I'm lying? Didn't you say that you were calling to the teacher's room yesterday during the club meeting, Keiichi-kun? I know. You didn't go to the teacher's room. I swallowed hard. It clearly wasn't a bluff. She knew what happened. The teacher said you had a guest, didn't she? But you didn't talk at the entrance. You talked inside of a car near the school gate. With some man we do not know. Oh shit. Rena knew everything. She knew that I called out Oishi-san and I heard about the incident with Tomitake-san as well. Did she know all of it? Exactly who was that man? I don't know him. Why did someone you don't know have business with you? I want to know that myself. Then what did you talk about? It was nothing to do with you guys. It was a lie. Lies! Rena's scream echoed through the trees, sending frightened birds into the air. I couldn't exhale the deep breath I had just taken. No, it was like I wasn't allowed to exhale. It was here, I first realized. The person in front of me wasn't Rena Ryugu. Then, who was it that was standing before me now? Who had assumed Rena Ryugu's appearance? I had held my breath for so long I could feel myself suffocating. Right? And then, she made that facial expression that Rena normally might have made. It didn't matter that was Rena's usual smile. It chilled me to the bone. She drew closer to me. I felt her breath against my face. It wasn't the last bit exciting. How are you gonna think about that now, dude? It's not the moment to think about exciting things. However this was with Rena's face was going to chew my nose right off. I cowered as I imagined that. Then she smirked as if she was able to see right through me. We also have secrets, just like how Keiichi-kun has secrets. It was Rena's usual smile, but her eyes were still like that of a hog. Bringing her face close enough to mine to almost bump into my nose, she kindly persuaded me. I couldn't nod nor shake my head. This person standing in front of me, this person who looked like Rena, frightened me to the core. I was terrified, knowing that she could hear the sound of me swallowing nervously. After what felt like an eternity, after a long empty silence, she finally spoke. "Let's go. It's getting chilly." It was Rana again. Smiling at me once more, she started walking as if nothing at all had happened. When I was released from her gaze, my legs gave out from under me and I slumped into the ground. I wasn't able to lift a finger until Rena was out of sight. Who was that? It felt cold. My body was drenched in sweat. I was finally able to form a coherent thought and ask myself once again, who was that person who looked like Ren Ryugu? Wow! Finally an interesting chapter. Woohoo! We are going at it, boys. Hell yeah! Finally! Finally, we're getting to the good part. Do you think we can finish the game today? We are gonna... oh, that was not the end of the chapter. Let me see how many chapters we have left. So this was day 10. No, we cannot finish yet. There are 15 days, but we are on day 10. And that is... we are on chapter 7 right now. And that is day 9, part 2. And then chapter 8 is Onikakushi day 10. I don't know why it says day 10. Ah, yeah, day 10. That is correct. Okay. So that would be chapter 8, day 10. And we are 15 days. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 part 2, 15. 15 part 2, 15 part 3. Oh. Well, who knew when there is conflict it gets interesting, right? I was out of it and couldn't bring myself to do anything until dinner except stare blankly into space. Was I terrified from Rena going off on me? No, that was not right. That was someone else who only looked like Rena. Then, who could it have been? The demon! It was a dreadful feeling, knowing that there was someone else, not Rena. So tomorrow I should have a problem talking to Rena like I usually do. That thought was strangely comforting. Comforting. I concluded that I shouldn't just calm down and clear my head, though those thoughts continued swirling around my mind. Finally, I returned to my senses as I heard my mother calling out to me from the bottom of the steps. Katie, it's a call from the bookstore. Bookstore? Can I think of why they'd be calling me? I went downstairs and picked up the receiver anyways. My apologies for calling so late at night. It's me. Oh, Oishi from the Okonomiya bookshop. Oishi-san? Oh, it's Oishi-san. Sorry. Since your parents picked up, I said it was from the bookstore. It puts people off when I say I'm a police officer. Oishi-san was, in his own way, rather courteous. Even so, I didn't want my parents hearing me talk to the police about the cordless phone with me as I dashed back up to my room at the second floor. Sorry for calling so late. That phone number on the piece of paper I gave you yesterday was the old number. My apologies. Can you copy down the number I'm about to give to you? Oh, yeah. Okay. He gave me the number for his direct line as I wrote it down. I thought that was the end of it, but he began making pointless small talk, and it was pretty hard to hang up. So how has it been, Mayabara-san? Did anything strange happen recently? Well, dude, if you knew, if you just knew. I see. This was the real reason. He really beat around the bush there. His adult conversational skills left me slack-jawed. Are you from around here, Oishi-san? Yeah, I am. Born and raised in Okonomiya. If he's from around here, he may know. Oishi-san, do you know what this onikakushi thing is about? I believe it's when somebody suddenly vanishes because they have been abducted by a demon. As the name states, it's a special saying from around here. It has the same meaning as spirited away, like everyone else says. Lovely hat, thank you. Whereas my friends would say they didn't know when I asked, this older man gave me a direct answer. It made me a bit happy that he answered me directly without trying to hide anything. Hinamizawa was... not sure if I should tell you about this, Mayabara-san. Don't try to play this off. If you're not going to talk, then I'm not going to tell you anything. Oh, no. That's not what I meant. It just... It may make you feel bad. You see, a long while ago, Hinamizawa was feared as the village where demons reside. Demons? By demons you mean those pitchfork-carrying things in hell? More like human-eating monsters. They'd go down the villages, snatching people up and gobbling them down. That kind of tale, like the actual Japanese oni. Demon snatching up people is what is onikakushi really means. They say that the curse and being demon away happen together. What does that mean? I already knew about the mysterious deaths happening 5 years in a row, but I did not know where the people disappearing for those same 5 years. The curse and being demon away happen together? First time I heard about that. Is that how is it, Mayabara-san? That's what I want to know. I heard Rena and Mion talking. They said that if it's really Oyashiro-san's curse, then both the curse and the demoning away would happen. Oh. Oishi-san began hemming and hawing on the other end of the receiver. Maybe something about that came to mind? Mayabara-san? Do you know the first incident? The dam one? The murder by dismemberment? Yes, I remember that. Not a very nice one. Yeah? One of the 6 perpetrators still on the run, right? Hypothetically. What if he isn't on the run, but was demoned away? Huh? It was an outrageous hypothesis from Oishi-san. The incident 4 years ago was the particularly ghastly one. Gnarly. The police already knew the perpetrators, so they post tons of wanted posters in with his face on them. They stick of various locations and investigated every possible escape route they had. But after 4 years, there wasn't even a hint of where he might be. Unless the police were completely incompetent. Even if it was an outrageous hypothesis, I couldn't simply let it off. Then what about the incident the next year? When the man who supported the project and his wife both died in an accident? Well, actually, it was only the husband who died in an incident. His wife's body never surfaced. Unless we find the body, then it's considered a missing person by law. At the time of the incident, with the river below the cliff being muddy rapids, the police divers had searched every branch of the main stream of the river for dozens of miles, but in the end, they weren't able to find her body. But that's just them not being able to find the body. She's still dead, right? Isn't it different from her being demoned away? We cannot say someone is dead without their body. Until a certain number of years pass, by law, she's treated as still alive. How many years is that? I wonder. What item to your souvenir collection are you adding? How many years have to happen since this appearance to be considered dead? Generally, under general and Japanese law, Civil Code Article 30, a missing person can be declared legally dead after 7 years of an unexplained disappearance. The period drops to 1 year if the person vanished in a life-threatening danger like disaster, war, or a sinking ship. An additional court order is always required. Oh. Ordinary disappearance, when a person simply vanishes with no trace or news. Family members can file a request for a formal adjudication of disappearance with the family court after 7 full years pass. Special disappearance 1 year, used when someone faces a severe, life-threatening event, earthquake, tsunami, war zone, or shipwreck. The waiting time is only 1 year after the danger ends or the ship sinks. Key legal details. Court action needed. The status does not change automatically. An interested party, like a spouse or relative, must petition the court to go through formal legal procedures. Effective date of death. The law treats the person as having died precisely when the 7-year or 1 year time limit expired, which helps settle inheritance and insurance. If they return. If a person legally declared dead is later found alive, the court ruling can be cancelled retroactively. Interesting. In other countries, it's 10 years. A presumption of death is a legal determination that a person is considered dead despite the absence of direct evidence confirming their death, such as identifiable human remains. Austria is 10 years. In China, it says 2 years. In Finland, 5 years. Also, it changes depending on the country. In Germany, it's 10 years. In India is 7 years. Ireland 7 years. Italy 10 years. Very interesting. Each country has their own rules about this. Very interesting. Okay, let me go to the bathroom 1 second, please. I go to the bathroom. Hello, Josh. Hello, Josh. Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom. When I do the visual novel ones, I drink more water than usual. Thank you, Flash. Because you read so much that you need to drink a lot more. That's the thing that my voice acting teacher told me. That when you do a lot of reading, you need to constantly drink so you don't hurt your throat. Okay, let's go to the girl. Did throw and mouth syndrome? Probably. Maybe that's how it's called. I'm not sure if it was right to call that being demon away. The wife is missing. At least that part was a reality. How about the third year? The Shinto priest died of illness and his wife committed suicide? My Vara-san. That's actually the exact same scenario. The wife was supposedly thrown herself into the bottomless marsh depth in the forest around Hinamizawa. Meaning, it's all circumstantial evidence. They simply found her note in front of the marsh. Envtuber was able to recover a few remnants, but they weren't able to find a body. The investigative headquarters believed that she had faked her death and was still alive somewhere. I'm not sure if we could call these cases as being demoned away. It just, as you have said, every year one person goes missing. The incident this year, the woman with Tomitake-san, has gone missing. Then what about the incident with the housewives beaten to death? Who went missing? I believe the perpetrator was caught, right? Yeah, we arrested him. He was just a miscreant with a record for narcotics abuse. He admitted to the crime while being questioned about a different incident. But, well, you see, after he was arrested, a child from the victim's home went missing. It's still under investigation as to whether the disappearance had anything to do with the crime. But you said you caught him, right? Did he have an accomplice? No idea. It's considered a separate case. Moreover, we can even check now. because while under investigation, that man, he died in his holding cell. He swallowed a spork? How do you swallow a spork? He swallowed a spork and choked to death. It's not known whether it was an accident or a suicide. Meaning, for the last 5 years, there's always one person who dies and one who goes missing? That's about right. No, actually, I'm surprised as well. I never realized they had that in common. Oh my god, dude. How can you not make that connection 5 years in a row until a teenage boy, a 14-year-old boy, tells you because he heard his friends talk about that? Seriously, dude? Aren't you like a seasoned detective? Shouldn't you know that, dumb cop, at this point? In a lot of these mystery things, they just need better cops. I'm telling you. I refuse to believe actual cops are like this. Assuming, of course, he's speaking the truth. What do you mean? What do you mean that he may not be speaking the truth? Hey, look, beef boy! Thank you for the 30 stream strike. Oh my god, that's a lot. Thank you. You would be surprised. Well, yeah, that is true. I shouldn't be surprised. He's a native. No, he doesn't live in Hinamizawa. He's from the neighboring town. He's a police officer from the neighboring town. I mean, he said so. Right? Right? Oh my god, they are lying to me. All of them are lying to me. Oh, I thought I heard you read that he was a native. No, he said... Wait, what? Let's double check. Wikipedia. We're in day 9, right? What's his name? Oishi-san. Wiki. Where is the wiki? Higurashi. I want characters. Higurashi characters. Oishi-san. Is he? Detective from Okonomiya Police Department who is investigating Oyashiro-sama's curse. He aims to solve the deaths related to it before he retires. I don't know. He doesn't say anything. Doesn't say anything. Drinking, smoking, mahjong, bunny girls. That's what he likes. There are some things that are like blocked. I probably misheard. I mean, a lot of things that are like blocked, and now I'm scared that I will get spoilers. Oishi pride and duty on his job as a police officer, wanting to do all he can to solve the curse of Oyashiro-sama's before it's too late. His determination leads him to overstep his boundaries at times where he gets rough with people he interviews. Naruto. Okay. So that's it. Don't no, I mean, it's all blackout, so I cannot tell without hovering over the blackout parts. So yeah, no spoiling myself. I couldn't believe that this could lead to the closing of those incidents. It was just something they had in common. Could it be that those demon away have something in common? Hoshi-san's mumbled as he seemed to be thinking about it. So I summarized the events. The first year was the dam employee. Second year was the wife of the dam project supporter. Third year was the wife of the Shinto priest. Fourth year was the victim's family's child. And the first year was the victim's girlfriend, I guess. It doesn't seem like there is anything that connects them. With the exception of the first year, wives and girlfriends. Those do stand out. It does seem like there are a lot. Then that means the fourth year's victim's child was different. It would have really stood out if they were all married couples, except it's not just married couples, but parents and children as well. Come to think of it, I believe Tomitake-san also told me the younger brother is alive and has moved, if I recall correctly. The child that went missing in the fourth year, who were they? Apparently he was quite mature, 1 year older than you. I was thinking his name is gonna be Satoshi. His name was Satoshi Honjo-san. What? I knew it. Huh? Satoshi? I remember. I mean, it's one of the most common names in Japan, but yeah, I remember that name. Didn't they tell me that Satoshi transferred out last year? He was at your school up until last year. Didn't they tell you anything about him? Come to think of it, when I transferred in, I believe they said my seat belonged to a recent transfer student. Then, where I sat once belonged to the one who was demon away? It was my seat? I recall the cold sensation that came from that desk. It made my hair stand to an end. This string of mysterious death, no. Oyashiro-sama's curse. I now knew how it connected to me. That chilling sensation. It was the feeling of Oyashiro-sama's caressing the back of my neck. Oyashiro-sama's curse, huh? Could Oyashiro-sama's curse really exist? In all honesty, I was beginning to believe it. And I was scared. That was why I wanted to say it was a plot crafted by a man and not the work of a curse. But the more I dug into it, the less likely that seemed. No. The more I dug, the more mysterious it became. If I kept digging, eventually, I'd reach the point where I learned something I really shouldn't know. To either be none the wiser or to seek an answer I might regret. Which one would I be happier with? Maybe it will be me next time. My execution could only be delayed for 1 year. Oh, that's a grim thing to think about. That was When I remembered. Rena. Rena said she might be the next victim of the curse. You mean Rena Ryugu-san? She transferred in last year and she's your classmate, isn't she? This instance really might be a bit too disturbing for a girl. She's not just scared, is she? It wasn't that. She said it might be her next. She said it in a way that made me think she had concrete reason behind it. It felt like she was convinced. Almost as if, you could say, she was frightened. Her sudden change in demeanor. That someone who looked like Rena but wasn't Rena. That might be unrelated. All the strange things that I felt from Rena today came back to me. Cool hat, Ione. Thank you. I see. Then I'll be doing a bit of investigating on this end. Please continue your observations on Ryugu-san, Maebara-san. Are you asking me to keep Rena under surveillance? That's not what I meant, Maebara-san. Just want you to watch out for your friend so she doesn't end up as the next victim. At that moment, just as my mouth was agape because I was so impressed by his mature, clever way with words. A sudden knock at the door sent my heart racing. In an instant, I had pointlessly covered up the end of the receiver. Keiichi, get the door, please. On the other side of the door, I heard my father's oddly upbeat voice. What could it be? It's so late. Sorry, my dad just came in. Can we leave it at this for tonight? Yeah. My apologies again for calling so late. If you find out anything else, please let me know. I will tell you if I make any progress on design. Well, then, have a pleasant evening. Keiichi, hurry up and open it. Daddy's got his hands full. Daddy. I'm Daddy now. Must be the time travel Uber. I'm kind of hungry though. It's 2:27 p.m. Let me go get my rice. Rice. And you may be asking yourself, is she gonna eat plain white rice? And the answer is yes. I have leftover rice from yesterday dinner. So I'm gonna be eating leftover rice with nothing else. Because I'm too lazy to cook anything else. And that's how it works. I think I need a spoon, not the chopstick. Insane. Yummers? Yes, it's jasmine rice. I love jasmine rice. It's so nice. You can eat it just by itself. So fancy, I know, right? It's so nice. I love jasmine rice. I always prefer basmati rice. I mean, it has this, I don't know if you call it sweet taste. Yeah, tasty and fragrant. Exactly. You get it. And I really like it with chicken. It pairs very well with chicken. Methinks. And you can always eat it by itself, which is amazing though. Um, okay. I also had rice and chicken last night. I have my health checkup in November, so I'm trying to be more focused because I don't want them to scold me again. Okay. Daddy's got his hands full. What's that doing? I don't know. I had stayed in the same position while on the phone the whole time, so my joints were aching. Okay, tell me you are a kid from back then that you can stay in the same position for like 10 minutes. Because children nowadays could not. I cannot. I keep moving around because I cannot stay still. Well, maybe it's because I'm new to spicy and Katie is not. When I opened the door, I saw my father was standing there with a tray. Oh. On that tray, cookies and 2 cups of black tea. A fairly fancy spread for our What? Black tea is not that expensive. Even in the 80s, so I don't know what you're talking about, Geichi. And cookies are not that expensive either. So what the hell? Like we don't... There was even sugar and lemon slices on the side? Everything you could ask for, oh my god. No milk? This was quite the show of hospitality. Also, black tea at night? I'm doing great. How are you, Croissant? What's going on, Dad? What's this all for? Come on, don't play around, Katie. I'm coming in. Dad was in high spirits and had a smirk on his face. Dad, what's going on? What are you planning? Are you trying to give me the talk? The talk? But for my entire life, I never seen him act this hospitable. What had gotten onto him? So, what were you talking about? I jumped. It's not something I had to keep from my father. But how could I explain to him that I was talking to a detective, assuming he was, this late at night? Nothing much. Nothing much, Dad. Just an older man called me. Nothing fishy. Just a friend. I don't mean the phone. She was here, wasn't she? Renachan. Huh? Dad wants us to smash. Dad wants... Wait a damn minute! So Rena was in the house? Was Ren in the house? So that's why they are bringing snacks? She came in the house? Mm-hmm. She wasn't here. Knock on the door? But the knock on the door was my dad. Come on, don't try to keep it from me. She just came over to play. What do you mean she came over to play? This late at night? What does she want to play this late at night? You two were chatting away. So I thought I'd bring some tea, but look like I just missed her. To play Quintama Pachinko. Shut up, Nari. I had no idea what Dad was talking about. But a cold sweat dripped down my back. How long we are talking? Renatan went upstairs about half after, so it was close to an hour, I guess. You saw her come up to the second floor? Yeah, I did. I also told her that your room was the door down the hall at the stairs. Rena came to my house about an hour ago. Dad met her at the door and called out to me on the second floor. Probably I didn't hear him because I was focused on my conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't reply, but he knew I was in my room, so he had her come inside. Then told her my room was on the second floor. She thanked my dad and went upstairs. Then about an hour passed. She passed by my dad just as he was bringing up tea and left. She came upstairs about an hour past. Then passed by my dad and returned home. Then after she came upstairs until she left, where was Rena? There's only one short hallway between my room and the stairs. Meaning, Rena had for about an hour in the hall? No. She couldn't have been standing in front of the door all that time. The room to my door wasn't particularly thick. You could easily hear everything being said inside. All of the ominous things and all of the nonsense I spoke to Oishi-san about began rushing through my head. Honey, don't tease him. More importantly, you need to clean up your studio. It's a mess again. Mom yelled up to Dad from downstairs. Dad left the tray with me and went downstairs with a disappointed chortle. I followed my dad out of the room with my eyes. I looked down at the floor around the doorway where Rena might have stood all that time. Just now, as I was talking to Oishi-san, with my back turned, Rena was standing a mere 6 feet away. The whole time? All that time, in this dimly lit doorway? What did she see? What did she hear? For what reason? As the steam from the 2 teacups ominously wafted and twisted, the aroma of black tea filled my room. Evil! Notice from the police chief. Lies! Lie to Rena! I did not choose to lie to her! It was not my choice to lie. The game made me lie. Thank you, Naughty. Sleep well. What a liar. What a liar. This was chapter 8? I thought it was chapter 7. Jesus. So now it's gonna be what? Day 10? No, day 11. So, in 2 more sessions, maybe we can finish this one. If we do 3 chapters every time. Let me finish my rice though. I'm hungry. Ow! No more rice! I mean, it's past lunchtime, but here we are. My rice. Okay, we finished the rice. Ah, that was good rice. Did you bite your... No, I dropped some rice. It's 1 a.m. and I'm eating a hot dog. Oh man, it's 2:41 p.m. and I was eating cold rice. Cold leftover rice. The leftover rice from last night that I did not finish because I was too full. Okay, close. BO new tips. BO new tips. Based, of course. We don't let food to waste in here with how expensive food is. July 1st, 1982. To Departments 1 through 12. Ex-Prefectural Police Headquarters. Director General X. To the Chief Constable and all facility managers. Stop it! Why are you so fast? Regarding cases situated in Hinamizawa Village, notice. As cases in Shishibone City, Hinamizawa Village have been reported by certain section of mass media, has drawn global attention, which is causing serious repercussions for the local residents. This has become a very serious situation. To protect the livelihood and prosperity of the residents, the following notice has been issued. 1. Designate the following criminal investigation as classified. Okinomiya Station 1982, case number X. Hinamizawa Village housewife murder, dated June X. Okinomiya Station 982. Hinamizawa Village student disappearance, dated June X. Always in June. Non-disclosure of information. Okinomiya Station 79. Village Site 4 armed murdered. Shira Station 1980. Shira Natural Park falling incident. Okinomiya Station 81. Hinamizawa Village Shinto priest wife disappearance. That's a lot of people. Requesting self-restraint from each organization concerning the release of sensitive information. See attached reference materials. Okay, so it's a lot of censor things. Okay. So they cannot talk about it by police. Okay, let's continue, I guess. So we just finished day... No, chapter 8. So now it's chapter 11. Awareness and headache. Not a very nice way to start the day. What's wrong? Katie? You don't look so well. When did you go to sleep? It seemed that my mom had noticed my sullen state. Thank you, Mom. Yesterday, I kept on waking up in the middle of the night. Without a doubt, I felt a presence. I felt the presence of someone standing in front of my door. I told myself repeatedly that it was my imagination and forced myself to try and sleep. Except, not being able to stand it, I gathered up the courage and opened the door. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I think I did this 3 times throughout the night. Or maybe I just didn't remember doing it any more than that. Even though I was able to get to the breakfast table without incident, I still didn't feel at ease. It might be a cold. I don't really have an appetite. You do seem a little warm. Well, can you make it to school? Technically, I did go to school, but it was mostly self-study. It wouldn't matter much if I missed a day, would it? I mean, the day that you miss school is the day when the cool things happen, and that is a guarantee. It could have been that I haven't been feeling well for the last few days, because I really did have a cold. If I took some medicine and got a good day of rest, I might be able to greet everyone with a smile tomorrow. Ding dong! Startled, I looked back and forth between the entrance and the clock. It was 10 minutes later than when I usually meet up with Rena. It was Rena. Rena-chan came to get you. What are you going to do? Are you going to take the day off? Rena was a good girl. She may be somewhat quirky, but she was certainly cute. One thing has nothing to do with the other, dude. The lunches she made were delicious, and she always looked out for me. Why should I be so scared of something like that? Maybe because she looked at you like she was insane? For example? It wasn't Rena's fault. Maybe we can't debate that. It was probably mine. Okay. It had to have been my cold. It just had to be. I will rest. Sorry. Then I will go send her off for you. Mom headed off to the door. I would have to pass by the entrance to get back to my room. I didn't have the nerve to meet with Rena, so I wrapped myself in a blanket on the sofa and closed my eyes. I was so sleep deprived, I quickly fell into deep slumber. I'd only intended to lie down for a bit, but it was almost noon when I woke up. I called out to my parents, but they didn't seem to be around. On the table, I found lunch prepared and a note. Mom and Dad had apparently driven off to somewhere far away. It likely had to do with Dad's work. This happened every so often, so it wasn't that unusual. They would probably be back sometime after dinner. On the note it said, "The insurance card is in the cabinet. Take it and go to the hospital." I mean, if my son is sick, even if he's 14 years old, as a mom, I would be worried that my child is left alone sick at home, and I'm out all day. I would be like to my husband, "I know this is for your work, but you know, our child is sick. I don't feel comfortable leaving him alone. I will stay with my kid today. And I will take him to the hospital. I think that's a responsible thing to do, especially since the mom is a housewife and she doesn't have the obligation to follow the husband for his work. He's a painter. He can paint alone. You know? It's not like she's indispensable for his work. Hi, Ghost. There was also a well-drawn map to the hospital. That's right. I hadn't been there before, so I didn't know exactly where it was. I had a light lunch, although it really was just leftovers from the morning, and just in case, went to the hospital. Okay, hospital time. Have a good one, Ave. Thank you so much for dropping by. Bye. Yeah, what is she even doing? I don't know. I don't know what's her work. Normally, I'd never be here in the middle of the weekday. Just walking around like this had me feeling guilty. It was an odd feeling. Following my mom's map, I took a road I usually never used. After walking for a bit, the hospital sign came into view. Cabbage! Erie Clinic was written rather stylishly on the sign. I mean, if it's a clinic, it's not a hospital. There are two different things. Usually, as far when I went to the hospital here in Japan, you go to a smaller clinic for like smaller stuff, like you get a cold or, you know, the smaller stuff. And if they find that you are very sick, they will refer you to a hospital. But usually people don't go directly to the hospital, at least not in my experience. When I go to the hospital, just tug it up. I mean, medicine is affordable in Japan, so medical care is affordable. The clinic wasn't very big, but based on the scale of the rest of Hinamizawa, it was far too grand. There was a parking lot and even a reserved spot for buses. They must be making a mint. I spaced out in the air conditioner waiting room until it was my turn to be seen. Maibara-san, please make your way to the examination room. Are we gonna meet someone? After properly answering all of the chatty doctor's questions, he responded with it's probably a cold. They give me a shot and 3 days worth of medicine. Yes, that's a thing that you see here in Japan. Some clinics give you the medicine themselves because they have a pharmacy inside, but some other times they give you the, what they call it, like the, it's not recipe, like the receipt that you have to take to the pharmacy, and then they give you the medicine. And they give you the medicine like counted. So if the doctor says 3 days, they are gonna give you like three pills, one for each day. And that's it. You don't get the whole package. You get exactly the dosage that the doctor tells you to take. Which prescription. Thank you, Dam. Thank you. So you go with a prescription, and if it says 1 painkiller and 1 antibiotic, that's what you get. You don't get more than that. And they explain you, like, this is for the morning, this is for the night, eat before, you know, the typical thing, but you get everything dosed for the days that you have to take the medicine. I think it's very practical. You have to wait quite a lot. One time I had to wait like 30 minutes to get my medicine. But I would say there is no waste, at least, and you don't keep stacking medicine in your house that ends up expiring. So I find it rather convenient, to be honest. I thought it was a little overboard, but if it would clear away the gloomy feeling I'd been having lately, then it was worth it. I settled the bill and took a quick trip to the washroom. As I was leaving, I overheard a conversation between some elderly people who seemed to be regulars at the clinic. Of course, I had no intention of eavesdropping, if it just wasn't for that word. Must have been the Onikakushi. I wonder. She was still pretty young. I have just eloped. With whom? That man from Tokyo who visits every season. That young one with that big camera. Didn't you know they were getting along pretty well? Were they talking about Tomitake-san? I could feel my ears perking up. I don't know about that. But you have to make preparations before you elope. Leave a note or quit their job or something. It's an elopement because they didn't leave a note or message. The thought that I will never see that young nurse face again makes me rather sad. Takano-san is an upstanding young woman. She will be fine wherever she goes. So her name was Takano-san. That woman with Tomitake-san. And she worked at this clinic? Oyashiro-sama's shadow was following me everywhere I went. I started listening more closely, but they began talking about fishing and it didn't seem like they were going to revisit the topic. I gave up and left. Thus, even though I was separated from the daily monotony of school, I was unable to escape from Oyashiro-sama's shadow. But of course, Oyashiro-sama was the garden diary of this place, of Hinamizawa. As long as I was in Hinamizawa, I wouldn't be able to escape. Well, that's how it is, my dude. Maybe it was because I was walking outside, but my appetite had suddenly returned. I might as well buy a snack with the change from the examination fee on the way home. Contemplating that, I turned onto a familiar street. At that moment, I heard a car horn abruptly honk behind me. Bap bap, I'm in my mom's car. Was I really walking so far into the middle of the road where I'd be in a causeway? I moved far off the side, but the horn was still honking at me. I turned around, peeved. Maebara-san, good day to you. Oh, it was Oishi-san. He stepped out of his car, AC on full blast, and waved at me. What's up today? School on break? Just not feeling well, so I took the day off. I was about to buy lunch and head back home. That's great. I'm just about to get lunch myself. Would you mind going together? If you are not feeling up for it, then don't mind me. I was just going to lie down after going home anyway, and I didn't really have a cold. I thought you would want to eat at one of these local places. Let's go into town. It's a bit of a drive. Is that all right? No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't. I know a pretty good place. I'd finally begun to understand Oshi-san's roundabout way of saying things. He probably wanted to talk to me about stuff that would be difficult to discuss while in Hinamizawa. Okay then. I went with Oishi-san riding in his frigid card. Hello? It was almost as if the bright sunlight outside was a lie. Hello? Why is it not working? I'm sorry about calling you so late last night. Did your parents get angry at you? No. I recalled Rena, who had been listening to the phone conversation all that time. separated from me just by the door. Even now, in the brightness of the sunlight, the thought still creeped me out. With a slight bump that jolted the car, the road connecting to the city changed from dirt to pavement. My head swiveled back with a sudden realization. That's right. This was where Tomitake-san died. They have hid a snag on the investigation regarding Tomitake-san. Oishi-san spoke while peering at me from the corner of his eye. They believe it was caused by hallucinogens, given how he was clawing out at his own throat. But a drug that could cause that to happen so suddenly is extremely hard to come by. Bear in mind, of course, the autopsy was done with that premise in mind. But we didn't find any leads. I mean, he told us that they did not find any narcotics on Tomitake, so it's something else. You know that thing you see in comics all the time? Where there is a drug that if you put it in them, it doesn't leave any traces? It exists. Succinta something or other. Well, it's pretty common. But you see, there doesn't seem to be any kind of drug that would cause Tomitake-san to react like that. Then, you are saying the police concluded Tomitake-san just died from the curse? I couldn't help but feel that the police were worthless. I just wanted the idea of a curse to be disassociated from Tomitake-san's mysterious death. Unfortunately, that's how it looks right now. But, putting aside the cause of death, without a doubt, he was surrounded by a group of people and had taken a beating before he died. That was no curse, but an incident that unquestionable, oh my god, I cannot say that. Unquestionably, oh my god, involve other humans. That made me a bit relieved. Bananito, hello bananito. We passed in front of the rather desolate, but still busier than Hinamizawa, train station. The car pulled into a restaurant parking lot, and I followed Oshi-san into the shop. Family restaurant? It was pretty crowded, but there are only adults at this hour. Of course, there wouldn't be children in here in the middle of the weekday. Two please, non-smoking. This way please. When you are ready to order, please call me over. We were led by a peculiar dressed waitress to our table, I said with Oishi-san in the booth. So what do you think? Aren't the waitress's outfits cute here? Huh? Well, I guess. This shop is always quite busy. It's more about the waitresses than the food, you see. Did we take him to Hooters? Oshi-san, you are leering. Am I really? Ew, it's a disgusting old man. God, I wish you wanna go to Hooters. Regardless of how the waitresses looked, the food was decent enough. Finishing our meals while talking about some insane topic, Oshi-san's after-meal cup of coffee arrived at the table. Yesterday, we talked about Hinamizawa's past, didn't we? Yeah, that it was the village of man-eating demons or something like that. I didn't know much about it myself, so I asked my grandmother about it this morning. Oshi-san took out the notepad that was stuffed into his breast. How old is this man? Turns out that Hinamizawa used to be called Onigafuchi, or Ogre's Abyss. Onigafuchi? That's quite the name. The name is still around. The marsh where the Shinto priest's wife drowned herself is still called Ogre's Abyss. He said that the depths of that marsh connect to the realm of demons. Of course, nobody had told me anything about such an ominous marsh. And you see, it appears that they were both feared and revered. A respect born of fear. I guess you could say it was kind of deification? A village of inhuman creatures. Seems that the demons were Senin, sort of mountain-dwelling mystics of sorts. Taking villagers with incurable illnesses into the Ogre's Abyss and healing them, for example. Oh, that's very kind of them, healing people. Even if we were calling them demons, Tengu long-nosed goblins or Senin would be more apt description. Didn't seem like such terrible people, even though they were called demons. But they were still man-eating demons. According to the story my grandmother told me, as payment for treating the son's illness, let us eat the mother who brought him here, was apparently how things went. Oh, so they asked for repayment. The price of curing her son was herself? That's unsettling. Of course, the mother took her son and ran. Then, you see, all the people who lived in Onigafutsi, the demons chased them down, surrounded them up, and captured them. The entire village, apparently. That's quite a frightening thing to imagine. In the end, it seems both the mother and the son were caught and eaten. The end. There's a problem with this story. Both the witnesses in this story were eaten, so nobody would be able to tell the tale. Huh? There are plenty of old fables like this. In contrast to the ghostly tale, Oishi-san laughed heartily while sipping his coffee. But well, there are quite a few other tales, where the demons from Onigafutsi band together to capture their prey. I recall that Mion said all the villagers united and fought against the dam construction. I saw similarities on how that part about a unification overlapped. Oh, normally they hunted down a single person and they chose who it was going to be beforehand. Huh? That caught my attention. Oishi-san also appeared to be pondering what it meant. My grandmother told me that you must never interfere with the demon's hunt. You should just hole up in your house and hide under the covers, she said. So, what does this all mean? It means you mustn't ever help or protect the prey. As long as you don't disturb the demon's hunt, no harm will fall upon the villagers. It seems there's that kind of rule. Basically, don't help the victims. Pretend you don't see the atrocities in other words. What happens if you break the rule? Well, they are man-eating demons after all. Many parts of the tale caught my attention. Parts of the story he told me overlap with theories that the perpetrators were all the villager families. Even if it wasn't the whole village, it was conceivable that the villagers were hiding under the covers and leaving them to die, when there's a group that was on their quote-unquote hunt. Wasn't it? I didn't dare to speak. Then, Hoshi-san, I guess it looks like it's either the villagers' families or a group of villagers perpetrating the crimes? What do you think, Maebara-san? Oh, excuse me. Another cup of coffee, please? That's what I wanted to know. It seemed that we were both waiting for the other to say the last part. I waited for the waitress to finish pouring coffee before speaking. Last year, I had a nagging feeling when Satoshi-kun disappeared. Oshi-san muttered as they watched the milk swirl around in his coffee. So those friends of Satoshi-san, meaning your group of friends, Maebara-san, I had a bit... really, just a little bit, okay? Of background checking done on them. If Oshi-san had said this to me before, I would have been furious, since he told me earlier not to suspect my friends. But as I was now, I couldn't. This might sound pretty stupid, Maebara-san. If you feel that it's stupid, please say so. I will just stop. Oshi-san was wearing the most serious expression that I've ever seen from him. I mean, it's the second time that I've seen him, so not that difficult. It was as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. Okay. There were quite a few things I regretted hearing from Oshi-san, but none of them were as threatening as this. A little voice inside me was screaming like an alarm. Stop, Keiichi. This was probably the last one. I took a deep breath and silenced that voice. I would not run from the truth. Please. That's all I could utter. Oshi-san stared into my eyes silently for a few moments. After he was certain I was ready, he began. The victim of the incident in the first year was the overseer. A few weeks prior, he had an altercation with Mion Sonozaki-san. Ooh, rice chicken! Multiple altercations. Oshi-san had said before that Mion had defied the dam project vehemently. Well, it wasn't hard to imagine how she had be if she got worked up. In the second year, the married couple who supported the project died in that accident, right? They had a daughter. Her name is Satoko Honjo-san. Huh? Satoko meaning Satoko? Oshi-san told me that my voice was too loud. The story is really giving me a stroke, or is it me I don't think you understand. So far it's just mystery. A lot of we don't know everything yet. We don't know all of the story yet. We are piecing together the mystery. I realized it as well and quickly quieted down. The Shinto priest and his wife who died in the third year, you say. Their daughter is Rika Furude-san. Rika-chan was the housewife who died in the fourth year. You know already, don't you? It was the step-aunt of Satoko Honjo-san. She was in her aunt and uncle's custody, as she had lost both of her parents in that accident. She lived in the victim's house. I could tell my lips were getting dry. I didn't even have the wits to keep my mouth from hanging agape. I had thought it was nothing but a bizarre incident, one that I could easily distance myself from. But click and clacking, it has snuck all the way into my feed. The one who disappeared the 4th year, by the way, was Satoko-san's older brother? What the hell is wrong with Satoko? What, just wait a second. It took everything I had to finally say that. I gulped down a glass of water and once again wiped my face with a napkin. I drink too. Calm down, Kate Maibara. But Oshi-san was relentless. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting out my feelings, he started speaking again. The last of the things I should have heard. All of the victims seem to be connected to your group of friends. That has to be just a coincidence. Oh, Maibara-san, keep it down. Everyone's looking. Mion? Satoko? Rika-chan? So what if they are connected? You're telling me that all of my friends... It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. Oh. Rena is different, isn't she? Rena isn't connected to the victims at all. Rena Ryugu was living in a suburb of Ibaraki Prefecture up until last year. Well, it's true she hadn't directly met any of the victims, he said in a runaway way. If he's saying she's so connected... Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryugu-san moved away to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school. It seems she went through her school building and broke all of the windows. Rena did that? She's broken all of the windows at her school? That same silly Rena hat? Hi, Feather. Nice hat, thank you. Any chocolate? No, not chocolate, just my brain. I couldn't even imagine it. It seems that after her 3-day suspension, she didn't return to school. She went to a neurologist and was diagnosed with dysautonomia. She was given weeks of counseling and medication. What is dysautonomia? Meaning, it's a broad term for medical conditions where the autonomic nervous system does not work right. The system controls automatic body tasks. These tasks include heart rate, blood pressure, digestion, and body temperature. When it fails, people can feel dizzy, faint, or very tired. Common signs: flash heart rate, dizziness or fainting, trouble with blood pressure, extreme tiredness, problem with digestion. Oh, okay. I mean, nothing of this explains why she broke all of the windows, but... I wondered if it had something like a nervous breakdown. That explains nothing. It explains nothing. I'd heard it happens to people who are really methodical or overly sensitive. Neither of those match Rena's easygoing personality. ¿Cómo se dice Higurashi? Se dice Higurashi. Hi, Gundam. And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all of the conversation he had with Rena-san. It shows up. And quite a bit at that. What did? I pressed forward carelessly. There couldn't be anything more for me to regret. She mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama. Of course, of course. Of course she did. Of course she did that. It felt like someone's stone cold hand was caressing my back. I mean, in summer, I think that's pretty nice. Why? Why had Rena spoken of Oyashiro-sama before she even came to Hinamizawa? It seems that Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house every night, standing over her pillow, looking down at her. My mind froze. I couldn't process what I was being told. A while after that, she moved to Hinamizawa. That's right. She's not an outsider. Huh? According to the residency register, the Ryugu family used to reside in Hinamizawa. No, 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 no. I don't like that. I don't like that. The plug thickens. It keeps thickening. Finally. Rena-san moved to Ibaraki right after she finished elementary school. My mind went completely blank. It was similar to the static you'd see on a blank TV channel. My ears began ringing as I lost all sense of comprehension. Maibara-san, are you alright? Shall we stop? Those words brought me back. I couldn't let it end here. Now I understand, Rana. Then how about the last big thing, Tomitake-san? Who was he connected with? Irritated, I let out one final reprisal. All of them. Have you forgotten, Maibara-san? Didn't you all spend the night of the festival together quite merrily? Quite a few of the officers saw you enjoying yourselves. No, there was nothing I could respond with. I fell silent as my brain turned to mush. We should get going. Maibara-san, did you take your afternoon medicine? I had completely forgotten about the medicine I had gotten today until Oishi-san said that. I got another glass of water and we left the shop after I chugged it down. Also, when you go to a restaurant, usually water is free here in Japan. We got in the car and returned to Hinamizawa's via the rough road. I never really paid attention when I was in my bike, but did cars normally shake this much? It was almost as if the road was desperately trying to tell me something. That wheel jog was from the difference in elevation of the road when it changed from cement to dirt. I was certain that I heard Tomitake-san scream. I sat in silence, just letting myself be shaken by the car. I will drop you off at your house. You missed school because you were ill, correct? My apologies for the long conversation. Why did you talk to me? I blurted out the question. Really just blurted it out. I didn't expect an answer. I did check with you first, didn't I? We should just stop. Not that. Why did you reach out to me? I understood quite well that Oishi-san was investigating the string of suspicious incidents. But why was he telling me all these? I knew nothing and I couldn't help. Everything Oishi-san spoke was news to me. First of all, what could I, having just moved here, know? By chance, if there was a reason for Oishi-san to reach out to me, then It would have to be that I look suspicious to Oshi-san, as I was part of Mion's circle of friends. I'm retiring this year. I plan on moving away after retiring my grandma wants. So I'm still on the case. I want to bring the truth behind this incident to light. How old is this man to be retiring already? They don't tell. They don't say. But then again, to be retired in Japan, you have to be at least 62. I believe now it's 67. But if you are close to 67, your grandmother should not be alive. Right? She would be very old, like extremely old. I don't think police officers retire that young. So I think he's bullshitting us. I think he's lying. So, Oishi-san, you suspect them, don't you? All of them. Oishi-san really didn't give a response. It felt a little late, but I thought it was his way of showing a bit of consideration for my feelings. This is mostly my intuition from 30 years on this job. Maebara-san, you are the one in danger. Huh? I wanted to reply that is absurd, but in my down-throated state, I couldn't bring myself to say it. I'll be retiring this year, so I won't be at the Watanagashi next year. So I wanted to settle things. In other words, he was insinuating that on the next Watanagashi, I might be the victim. I've been warned by the chief as well. Each incident is a string of cases has been solved, so don't bring it up again. Or so I was told. This is the pressure that I'm facing. Pressure from what? Someone in Hinamizawa. We have arrived. Is this fine? You're such a huge help, Butch. Of course, of course. The biggest of helps. After some time, the car finally reached the path to my house. The clock read 2 p.m. I was surprised so little time had passed since we ate. It was hot outside of the car. The shrimping of the Higurashi hurt my ears. I won't mind if you just forget everything I told you today. But I'm still going to keep investigating. I will end Oyashiro-sama's curse this year. So you are saying I should contact you if anything happens? It's fine. Just contact me when you feel you have to, Maebara-san. It wasn't collected enough to understand Oshi-san's roundabout way of saying it. Be sure to take it easy. I'm sorry for throwing all this to you while you are taking the day off because you are sick. I didn't really give any sort of response. I will always be on your side. If anything, believe that. I will be off now. The tires crunched over the dirt road as the car made a U-turn and disappeared into a cloud of kicked-up dust. It felt like I was watching a boat only throw me a lifesaver in a shark-infested waters before disappearing into the distance. That was the first time I thought Oshi-san was being unfair. Telling me I was going to be the next victim, then just saying to contact him if something happened. This wasn't a criminal investigation. He was fishing. And I was just the bait dangling off the line. Would the fish be the perpetrator? Or was it really just Oyashiro-sama's curse? Either way, the bait would be swallowed whole. Damn it! I don't want to die! For some time, I could do nothing but stare at the puddle of water left behind by the AC from the car. That's kind of shitty. That they are like, yeah, you kind of will die. Kinda ass that happens to him. Let's go take a nap. I mean, yeah, he's kind of a dick. I wondered how much time had passed since I lay down. It was getting dark outside. My body was soaked in sweat. It would be probably a good idea to change my sheets. At the moment, the phone downstairs rang. It was probably Mom. Mom was quite the worrywart. Are you sure that your mother is a worrywart when she left you alone, sick at home? Was she worried then? Was she worried then? Maybe she had called many times, but I didn't notice it. Hello? This is the My Body residence. Oh, he's alive. Hello? This is Mion. How you doing? Is this one of Keiichi's friends? Keiichi is resting now, but shall I put him on? Is this his dad? Oh, so sorry. You fell for it. Keiichi. Except I was suspicious of her even when we were laughing. Was everybody really involved in the incidents? The fact that I couldn't say no saddened me. I'm relieved that you seem well. Brenda was really worried, you know. Satoku-chan was happy and said you got what you deserved. Rika-chan said how unfortunate he's sick. Looks like everyone was making a big deal out of it. Well, you know, Kei-chan, I know a bad time to come pay you is now a bad time to come and pay you a visit? Visit? No, it's okay. It's not like I'm dying. My grandma made a ton of mochi, you see? I was told to share them. I will bring you some. Hey now, you will catch my cold. Not to worry, but Ren and I are too stupid to catch a cold. See you. Be there in a bit. She hung up cheerfully. Rena's coming too? That's what it sounded like. I was still concerned about meeting Rena, but I guess if she's with Mion... What if both of them are insane? I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later. I hope he took a shower. He said he was stinky. How are you feeling? Did you take your medicine and rest? I just did that. Thank goodness you look well. I was worried. Sorry, I will be fine by tomorrow. Mion showed a complete lack of concern for someone who's recovering, and Rena looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. It didn't look like there was anything behind those expressions. No thoughts. Head empty. Bacon eyes. I thought we might hang out for a bit, but it looked like you are not quite in the condition for it. You don't say. It seemed my face appear a bit sullen. Then here, Keiichi-kun. These are the mochi Min-chan grandma made. Rena held out a package wrapped in newspaper. There might be about 5 in there. It was quite hefty. Oh, thanks. Send my regards to your grandma, Mion. There's one that I made in there as well. Wonder if Keiichi-kun can guess which one. This is Keiichan's homework and he missed the club meeting today. There are letters on each mochi, so I will ask you tomorrow. Were you checking if I was feeling better or did you just come here for club activities? Is this like a horror psychological thriller story? Yes. is horror, mystery, thriller, and I think there is gore too down the line. Gore and murder and stuff like that. Yep, looking fine. I guess you'll be able to make it tomorrow. Man, what are you going to do if my fever comes back because of your shenanigans? Minta, we shouldn't be making such a racket. Let's go. The other people still will get angry. Both of them thought my parents were home. It was because the entrance was a mess. You are right, let's get going. By the way, Kei-chan. Yeah? Oh no. Oh no. What did you eat for lunch? The sudden question startled me and I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion. I never had seen her like that. It was a highly unsettling visage. But why is she asking me about what I ate for lunch? What was she saying? It was so innate, it was almost meaningless. Inane. What's inane? Inane, meaning extremely silly, foolish, or lacking any real meaning, sense, or importance. Okay, we learned today another word. I ate out. She must have suspected that I was with Oshi-san. Anyway, I felt that I hesitated or tried to change the subject, then they had read too deep into it. So I tried answering as quickly as possible. Except, contrary to the efforts I had made, there was a pause before they replied. Oh! Both of them are, oh no, oh no, what the hell? I don't like it. I don't like that they are looking at me like that. So you ate out for lunch, Keiichi-kun? The glimmer from Rena's eyes had changed at some point as well. We are gonna get stabbed. It was no sharp, as if to make me feel the faint ignorance behind the words even more. As if she already knew. That's how it looked to me. Well, was it good? Are you asking me this? Min was speaking in an unusually low tone. Almost as if she knew that I had eaten at the restaurant in town. No, I'm overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. Unless there is no way they could have known where I was. It seems you were with a rather austere-looking older guy. Who was he? The package for the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. I could tell the blood had drained from my face, making me go pale. Oh, Keiichi-kun. Who was he? Would it be the person from before? I wonder. I could feel the back of my throat going dry. This was no longer a bluff. They knew everything? How do you know that? It took everything I had to finally force those words from my throat. My knees were shaking. This is how I see you. Shaking and scared. Because there is nothing this old man doesn't know. Mion sneered knowingly and her laugh seemed to carry on forever. It's okay, Chan. What did you talk about? It seems like you got pretty worked up over it too. We weren't talking about you guys. Oh my god, Katie. Oh my god, my dude. You cannot be for real, Katie. Serious. It didn't have anything to do with you or Rena. Isn't it a bit strange to hear our names come up even though nobody asked about that? Rena's unwavering grace pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. This guy, bro, that's what I'm talking about! You are telling them everything. I dug my own grave. Yes, you are not very smart. My heart was throbbing so much, it felt like it was going to explode. Well, whatever you are trying to hide, this old man already sees through it all. Remember that? I couldn't even shake my head. It took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let the gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly. Keiko, you don't look so good. I think you should lie down. That's true. We should both head back home. As if nothing had happened, they both giggled at each other and started making their way out. I hadn't moved a muscle since I had dropped the package of mochi. As they left, the door slowly closed behind them. All I could do was stare, as if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as the door was just about closed, it opened again, as lightly with a sudden creak, sending my heart racing once again. A single eye peered through that narrow slit, and Mion's hawkish gaze peered at me once again. See you, Keita. Yeah. I'd hate it if you miss school tomorrow. Alright? Thud. The door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle even after the low laughter died off into the distance and silence once again enveloped the room. Coming back to my senses, the first thing I did was to lock the door. They knew what Oishi-san and I talked about. Why? How? No, that wasn't important. Thinking about it now, I could have been overheard from the beginning when Oishi-san met me. Just as Mion said, I couldn't hide anything. Then, what were they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. Now this is getting real good. Now we are getting to the good part. Finally. What did they deem necessary? I totally talked with Oishi-san about one thing, and they were warning me that that was unnecessary. That was... What was it that Oishi-san talked to me about? The incidents involving Oyashiro-sama's curse that occur every year were individual cases, but were connected as a whole. As well as the fact that there were multiple perpetrators hidden in Hinamizawa. No, more precisely, that Mion, Rena, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. Is that what they were warning me against? What kind of nonsense I'm thinking about? I hit my own face hard enough that it let out a loud slap. If only that would wake me from this nightmare. But for some reason it felt like I was punching a blanket It was almost laughable painless. Calm down, Kichimaibara. When did I become such a pessimist? Calm down. Calm down. Settle down and sort things out. The reason Mion knew I was eating lunch with Oshi-san was probably because somebody from Hinamizawa just happened to be there at the time. Yeah. They must have told Mion that I was there. That made the most sense. Plus, come to think of it, she then asked me where I ate lunch, didn't she? The only thing she asked, was it good? Was it just curious since I was together with someone not from Hinamizawa? It's not as if they had any ulterior motives. Dude, stop giving excuses for them, my dude. Stop giving excuses for them, my dude. No. That he's coping right now. That's it. That has to be it. Come on. Thinking about it that way, it was the same with Rena. I was just being strangely ambiguous about when I met with Oshi-san, and Rena just correcting me on that. That was when I was bewildered by the changing character from her usual mild-mannered Rena, and was just startled by it. That's the most natural way of thinking about it. It felt like my mind was mixed up, like a tangled mess of spaghetti. Spaghetti! Deep red marinara sauce would have poured out of my nose and ears if you squeezed my head. Thinking that, I suddenly felt like vomiting. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending time with them was fun. I didn't feel like there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think that they were a good bunch of people. When I just moved here and couldn't make heads or tails of everything, they were really kind to me. Rena was really kind and always looked after me. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head, she was really pretty cute. Mion is also a really good person. She didn't care about anyone's age or gender and was optimistic and outgoing. I was never bored when I was with her. I talked about not getting bored. Rambunctious Satoko was a good person for that too. She was pretty bratty, but that's just the way she interacted with others. Pika-chan was the same way. She didn't speak often, but that didn't mean she was always silent. They are my friends. Oh, yeah, he's like crashing out. But after hearing of the better untold secrets of Hinamizawa from Oshi-san and Tomitake-san, when I was told about Oyashiro-sama's curse, things started to going crazy. Then, hearing from Oshi-san that Mion, Rena, Satoko and Rika-chan were all suspicious. After that, everyone changed. That's right. It all started getting weird after Oshi-san told me all the strange stuff. At the time, I should have just not listened to those weird stories. And I even shouldn't have heard about the past incidents from Tomitake-san the night of the Watanagashi. If I just hadn't gotten that strange sense of curiosity, if I just hadn't... That's right. So that's why Why is this one now censored and the rest are not? That impudent outsider speaking the likes of me. That's right, that's why they killed Tomitake-san. That impudent outsider speaking to the likes of me after everybody went out of their way to keep it a secret from me. They will probably kill Oshi-san as well. for trying to unearth what everybody was warning me was better left buried. What, is he getting brainwashed? Besides that, he was unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt the others. Of course, a guy like that is going to be killed. I don't know why he's getting censored. There was no censor before. Both Tomitake-san and Oshi-san were nothing but outsiders after all. They were entities who couldn't coexist with the people of Hinamizawa. Those guys should just fall to Oyashiro-sama's curse and just die. It wasn't their fault. It was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity. It wasn't their fault. 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 I think he's going insane. I think he's starting to get insane, this child. I settled into a daze. It was a lethargic feeling like I'd just gotten up, but the ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. I was fine now. I was no longer frightened. I had completely recovered. I will go to school tomorrow, bright as rain. I will greet everyone. I will take part of the club activities. It will definitely be fun. It had to be fun. I was one of them, after all. That reminds me, I need to eat this mochi. I hope I'll be able to tell which one Rena made. I remember the homework the two brought with them when they visited me. But wow, our club did deliver. That was something else. I picked up the package I dropped to the floor and headed to the living room. It would be nice, I guess, to have some tea with it, to fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. Oh, this was quite a delectable situation I was in. Opening the newspaper wrapping, there were 5 plum red bean paste mochi fit snugly inside. They were letters written from left to right on the newspaper, A, B, C, D, and E. Now then, they said Rena made one of these. I wonder which one. There wasn't much difference in how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same. This was a pretty difficult problem. The biggest difference was probably their shape. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mio's grandma was, but Rena had to be different from hers. Looking carefully, I could see one mochi was made very neatly. So, well, that's it. Just by staring at it, no one could tell it stood out. Looks like this chance depends on whether or not this one is Rena's. Calm down and think even harder. Mion said her grandmother made a ton of them and was told to give some out, if I remember correctly. So that means 4 of these were from that large batch. Then what about Rena? She probably only made one. She would probably spend quite a bit of time on it. Meaning the one Rena made was this one, E. For a moment, I thought I had been a trap Mion laid as she went. For a moment, I thought it may have been a trap Mion laid as she knew I'd pick up on it, but that probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be so sure if I knew Mion had made it, but since she said Rena made it, it probably wasn't a trap. Alright, my tea is ready too. I will start with the defending champ, Mion's grandma. Let's see. Not bad. The smooth bean paste is soft, chewy texture left a little to be desired. The tea I drank afterwards also accentuated the experience. This was an exquisite piece of work. Now, what about Rena's? The creation was so delicate, no one could think it was a high-class Japanese dessert. Since I normally had quite an appetite, I was slightly worried about the size of this portion. Well, but first, a bite. This was quite difficult one to judge, actually. The ingredients were exactly the same, so there was a little difference in flavor. What was different was how it was shaped at the end, so it was to be expected. The deciding factors would be presentation and volume. The well-formed and well-sized champion versus Rana the challenger, with a size you just couldn't get enough of. I only had one bite of Rena's. I would probably have to wait until I was done eating to make my decision. Maybe there was something hidden inside that could cause an upset. Choo-choo. It seems my prediction was right. My tongue touched something. It didn't feel like something edible. What? So I reached with my fingers and grabbed it. What is it? What? What is this? What is it? Before I could fully comprehend what it was, I threw away the rest of the mochi I was eating as fast as I could. I slammed its hair! Its hair! Ew! It slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter. Then, after sticking for a moment, it slid down the floor. I was dumbstruck by my own actions. What was I doing? Rena had gone out of her way to make it for me. How could I? Dumbstruck, I looked down at the hand that performed such a bad act. Then I remembered what I had taken out of my mouth. At first I thought it was hair. Oh, so it's not hair. Even though it was shorter than Mion's, Rena's hair was quite long. It wasn't this short. It was also a bit too hard to be hair. It was thick enough to roll around my tongue. There was a bit of metallic sheen on the end of it. Ah, yes. There was a hole for where the thread goes through, like it was the sewing needle. No. No. Yes, that's right. It looked very much like a sewing needle. Exactly like one. The end was pointed as well. Quite sharply. It really did look just like a sewing needle. What did it mean by look very much like a sewing needle just a bit ago? I couldn't answer. But the voice inside me already knew and let me know by chattering my molars together. I couldn't shave off the tremor welling up inside me. Suddenly I tasted something metallic and felt prickling pain at the back of my... I stuck my finger on the back of my mouth and felt around to see if I was... I mean, doing that, this guy doesn't have a gag reflex. Amazing. Suddenly I felt the urge to vomit. The sharp taste of bile irritated the back of my throat. I clasped both hands over my mouth, and after writhing in agony, I was somehow able to hold back the nausea. I was finally able to breathe normal again, but this time my heart was intensely throbbing. Then it finally registered exactly what was mixed with the mochi. Before I could think of the correct word, my hands were already on the move. I tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. I mean, you can also grab a knife and cut them open. You don't need to throw them to the wall, because then the wall gets dirty, my guy. The geometrical patterns of the scattered bean jam on the wall suddenly invoked a terrible omen in my mind. After moving away, I dashed out of the hall and flew upstairs to my room, where I stayed under my covers until morning. I clutched my own shoulders, howling madly in a mix of fear, anger, sadness, and frustration. This wasn't a threat, or a warning, or a reminder. Nothing as simple as that. What had happened in Hinamizawa? What is happening in Hinamizawa? What would happen? I didn't know the answer to any of those questions. Or did I break a taboo? Regardless, now Ren and Mion and others, they consider me an enemy. And they thought, just die. I won't let you kill me. Not for such a pointless reason. I fell into a restless sleep as I was crushed by my negative emotions. It was as if I was being drawn into a billowing, bottomless marsh. Wow! That's quick escalation. Thanks God. Finally. What's the medicine that makes you commit? Hard to swallow. Enjoy homemade snack. New tips. Let's cut to the chase. Is there a drug that causes someone to kill themselves? Not directly, no. That's quite a roundabout response. You are saying there's one that does it indirectly? Something that puts you into a mental state like that? That's hard to say. What could that mental state be? Like a person with a serious bipolar disorder, it's believed that people are most likely to attempt when swinging from depression to mania. Clinical depression and bipolar disorder are different. Clinical depression indicates a prolonged state of depression, whereas bipolar disorder is characterized by a passive depressed state accompanied by a very active manic state. Does it? Individuals with clinical depression suffer from low self-esteem and are quite pessimistic, but rarely. They do not have the willpower to, nor does mania on its own lead. That was an opposite effect, filling the person with confidence and making them feel as though they are walking on air. Thus, they do not. That's interesting. Either state causes, but there is a condition, but when the condition changes, they might do so. They are out to get me. There is a desire to commit it when in a state of depression, but they do not have the willpower to commit such an act. But when they enter mania, they gain a burst of willpower, and their own body moves as they desire. I see. So it means they gain the willpower? That's how it goes. I don't think that's... I mean, I do not take medical advice from any of these games. That's why patients are given sedatives during that time to keep them from acting on their impulses. Then was Tometake bipolar? People who suffer from bipolar disorder generally do it in a more civilized manner. This is a very not nice way to talk about someone's illness. Like said, okay. Tomitake's death wasn't civilized, dude. No one could think it was caused by some thing substance. As I said from the start, tell me of a drug that caused someone to do it. There are reports that methamphetamine overdoses produce condition that resembles bipolar disorder. It's a stimulant. Barbiturate overdose is also reported to cause erratic behavior. That's a sleep aid. There were no signs of stimulants. Are there any other possibilities? Airborne? Like something in the air? Because they also said that there was no narcotics on his body, so on the bloodstream. where usually narcotics would be found. So it's probably airborne if it's an actual substance or something, right? All I can think of it is that it's some sort of an illness. Something like Graves' disease, which affects the thyroid, and it's known to cause symptoms that resemble bipolar disorder. Is that true? But Graves' disease has many characteristic symptoms of its own. The disease exhibits none of them. I wonder if there is something that could happen more spontaneously? Something that fits this case and would cause someone to want to do it. Hi, Code. Are you familiar with organic mental disorder? What? In short, it's a condition where the brain is out of whack to the physical injury or illness. It can be caused by drugs, but also caused by physical trauma, encephalitis, a stroke, or even tumors. Oh, maybe that's why. I mean, then do an MRI and you can see if he has physical trauma to the head. Basically, even without a drug, they can succumb to an irregular mental state. The deceased was surrounded after being chased and his life was in danger, right? All that stress could have messed with his brain chemistry and could have hit his head, and those factors combined might have caused him to mutilate himself. It's a possibility. Could you explain it to me in simpler terms? Basically, he knocked his noggin in a brawl, and that made him go haywire. Have some respect for this poor man. Seriously. Then his lady didn't have any intent to kill. She just smacked him in a bad place when he nicked some change. The two plump men laughed hoarsely. That's very disrespectful. That's extremely disrespectful. But of course, it's not like that. Undoubtedly. It was habitual drug use. It was something mental. The deceased boys would hold the key. How are things on your end? Oh my goodness, look at the time. I need to get back soon or Kuma-tan will get angry with me. Yeah. Good luck. Best wishes. Best wishes. They are very disrespectful for a coroner and a police officer. I don't like that. Threat. Herm? Those guys just now, they had national diet badges. Oh, the parliament in Japan is called the Diet. That's why. If you probably they are talking about the parliament, the government. It's called Diet. Yeah, it's called the Diet for some reason. I don't know why it's called Diet. Why is the I never question why it's called Diet. The parliament is called Diet in English because in the 19th century, ties to the German political system. Japan modeled its Meiji-era government on Prussia and translated the German word for deliberate assembly, Tag or Richtag, using the older English term Diet, which traces back to the medieval Latin dieta, a meeting of an appointed day. Okay, so that's why. The Japanese name originally translated to the Imperial Diet, Teikokugikai. After World War II, the Japanese changed to Kokai, National Assembly or Diet, but the English translation stayed Diet for institutional continuity. So there it goes. So that's why it's called like that. Now we know. Then it's Prefectural Assembly member and City Councilor Sonozaki. That's interesting. The Prefectural Assembly member and City Councilor are related. It's dirty, that's what it is. Shouting out each other names during elections, while one of is up for election and the other holds an assembly, and they double up their campaign activities. Blatantly. Balatro. I don't know much about this stuff, but isn't that against the rules of the election? As long as they have no prior consultation, there are no restrictions on their political activities. Kuma-chan, the investigation division is going to be pretty tough for you. You should at least brush up on election policies. Is this a horror game? Yes, it's a horror visual novel. I'm not sure for the intelligence division, because I'm dumb. Same king. There was a prefectural assembly member, Sonozaki, and a city councilor, Sonozaki. Also, the mayor of Hinamizawa. All of them involved with the Sonozaki family. What a crap. Looks like they were seen off by the department chief and the deputy chief. It came to me. And that's it. That night, when the chief invited me along to get some oden, I thought that was it. I love oden. If you can try it, it's very good. You have a lot of connections. You might have heard something, did you? Gore, my comfort character. The classic people go for oden after work. Nah, it's so good after a winter day after work. It's the best. Nope, not a thing. Ma'am, I will take a tofu fritter and a fish cake. Counselor barked at me in the police chief's stead. Oh my, is that so? Ma'am, I will take another bowl. Soups in general after work is best. They hit just the right spot after work. Hearty meal type shit. Prefectural assembly member Sonozaki and city councilor Sonozaki were both intimidating. Our snot nozzle carrier police chief wouldn't have handled being yelled by them. They are like Yakuza. A petition with your name came up regarding how the investigation of the Hinamizawa incident is being handled. Speaking of which, I might tap out early today. Flu's starting to hit. Oh no! I mean, you said you were sick yesterday, no, Haruna? Get well soon. Thank you for dropping by. I have to wake up super early tomorrow. Sir, it's only 4 p.m. You're thinking about tomorrow already? Easy, enjoy games. Thank you. Goodness me. I'm not in the faintest. No need to play dumb. You are reopening the past cases regarding Hinamizawa, aren't you? Gotta be stand at the station at 4 a.m. Holy shit, that's very early. I already got my hands full with Tomitake's death, actually. Really? If that's true, then there's no problem. There was a period of silence. While we were silent, we made headway on our food and drink. Ooh, that was quite the feast. This month has been a bunch of losses for me, so my wallet has feeling the pinch. Much appreciated. No, it's nothing. Tell me a good horse again. I will bet on the same one as you. I haven't been doing well there lately. I haven't been able to ride the horses at all. Taxi? I'm going by train. The police chief is taking a taxi. I have my own car, but it'd be rushed to drive it home. Can't blow it right before retirement with a DUI. Even though we could still rattle off, it looked like his legs were already goo. Pushing him into the cab, I give the driver the police chief's address. Well, see you again tomorrow. Happy New Year. Hoshi-san? Yeah. The past incidents have been closed. Stop lumping them all together. Those villagers have believed its real course. Well, I'm not convinced. You are going to be retired next year, aren't you? Aren't you going to pay off your mortgage with your pension and move to Hokkaido with your mom? Mother pines to return to the land of her birth. It's the least I can do. And the pension, well, it will let me enjoy myself in Susukino. The police chief may issue a special retirement salary raise, he says. A public servant's pension calculated based on their monthly salary. So if you were to get raised right before retirement, your bonus to your salary would be inflated. And you would get a heavy surplus of funds. That tends to be how it's done around here. Of course, it's not a custom that's thought of highly. The difference between the bonus and the pension is quite a bit. I expect nothing less exemplary from our egghead chief. But, well, they say our salary is compensation for our hard work. But in the end, it just has to do with the passage of time. That's not something I can laugh at, but I will laugh through it anyway. I don't think it's anything exemplary. But given how hard you have worked, it's not odd that you are getting that much of a pension. I like to get that much myself. If I can get it, of course I'd want it. You will get it. You're an adult after all. Sorry for holding you up there, driver. Thank you very much. I closed the door roughly, interrupting the chief's conversation a bit rudely. It looked like the chief still had something to say. He just smiled wryly and waved. I waved in return. The cab sped up gradually and soon disappeared among the sea of lights. Oh man. I wonder if I really can repay that loan. He was threatened. He was threatened. Okay, I think we should leave it here for today. For when it's getting good, it's better to stop when it's getting good. So next time we get even worse. If I'm not wrong, we are gonna be starting day 12. And then day 12 is chapter 10. Continue. We would be starting now. No, wait. Menu. So we ended chapter 9 and we would start chapter 10, that is day 12. And we will have 6 more episodes. Sorry, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, sorry. 7 more if we count chapter 10, because they are 16. So that means we can do 3 and 4. So 3 next time and 4 the time after. Way better, right? Finally we get some of the spookiness. But I think we're gonna be doing that. Like 3 chapters per time minus the ending, that we're gonna be doing 4. Because they are quite long. We only did 3 chapters and it took us like 4 hours and 15 minutes. And that's because we didn't goof way too much. We didn't goof that much. Because finally we're getting the fun part. And you started to skip. I mean, we skip only in the first chapter. I think we skip a lot of stuff at the beginning. And same with maybe the second that we read, we skip like not that much compared to how much we could have skipped from the previous. So if we didn't skip that much, probably it's gonna closer to 4.5, 5 hours. Because I'm gonna go and say that probably each chapter is around an hour or an hour and something, which is pretty long actually. Well, then again, Higurashi is longer than the Bible, so that is something. But yeah, I think we're finally getting to the fun part. I think Onikakushi, that's the first chapter of the Higurashi. Starts with the questions, and then you need to read the other chapters to get the answers, if I'm not wrong. I know that there is the Higurashi mod, and it tells you, not tells you, but more like has voiceover and stuff, and they kind of say, okay, this is the part that it's all of the questions that you're going to be questioning everything, and then there is the part of the story that all of the questions are going to be answered. I think that's how they separate the story, I believe. The arcs, yeah, there it is. Originally on PC, Onikakushi, Watanagashi, Tatari Goroshi, Himabutsubi, Higurashi question arc. So 4 chapters, it's gonna be the question arc. And then chapter 5 to chapter 8, Meakashi, Tsumihoroboshi, Minagoroshi, Matsuribayashi? That's the answers act. So I'm gonna guess a lot of mystery the first 3 chapters, and then the last 4 first 4 chapters mostly mystery and questions, last 4 chapters all of them the stories answered. So these 8 arcs make up the main series. Reading only these will give you the full Higurashi experience. And then there are some extra stories, apparently. Those 4 arcs are interconnected and make up the advanced story sequence. Okay. And then there are like 2. One is part of the police arc, and another one. These 2 arcs happen concurrently and provide an alternate ending to the series. There's alternate endings? Should we get the patch? Sorry, the patch, the mod, because it gives you voiceover. Because God knows I cannot read. We will think about that. But I think it's so now it's getting interesting. I'm really happy that it's getting interesting now. Looking forward to it, to be honest. Now we get the nice stream preset. Oh, there is a stream too. Full voiceover. Hell yeah. Exclusive console content such as bad endings. That sounds nice. Vanilla preset. That was the old one. Sprites options. Backgrounds options. Oh, they have new backgrounds. Well, maybe we will start with the mod. But yeah, let's see. Where can we rate to? Where can we go? Who's streaming today? Who is having fun today? Oh, Hiki is playing Mortal Shell. Ruby's chatting. Let's do Hiki. Unless she ends streaming. I don't think she's ending streaming soon. Hiki or Ruby. Ruby just started. Ruby. Yeah, let's do Hiki. Let's do Hiki. Thank you so much, everyone. Tomorrow we have movie night. We are gonna be doing a spooky sea and coastal movies. Remember, we're gonna be watching The Fog, The Lighthouse, and one that I keep forgetting the name of. So we will be watching that, and then on the evening, I will be on Fufu's channel. We are gonna be doing an educational channel collab thing. So I will see you twice tomorrow. One for being chilling and the other for educational purposes. But yeah, have fun with Hiki. Thank you so much, everyone, and I will see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye bye. Hiki time.